presenters क्या presentations दे रहे हैं, so much of effort they have put in, कितना knowledge है, और हमारे जो motivational speakers हैं वो लोग भी कितना knowledge अपने साथ लाए हैं. I was wondering कि इस hall में sunlight तो नहीं आ पाती है, लेकिन knowledge has entered this auditorium. Friends, we have already mailed the link of the souvenir to you yesterday, और QR codes भी लगे हुए हैं. You can scan and get the souvenir. आज जब आपको पार्टिसिपेशन सर्टिफिकेट मिलेगा लास्ट में, तो एक मोनेक्सो की तरफ से मोबाइल एक्सेसरी भी मिलेगा. स्टॉक एज की जो लिंक है वो भी हम लोग आपको मेल करेंगे, और बाहर एक छोटी सी हेल्थ कैंप भी लगाए हैं, तो अगर आपको इन बिटवीन कभी लगता है तो आप कुछ चेकअप भी करवा सकते हैं. विद दिस आई विल नॉट वेस्ट एनी मोर टाइम एंड लेट्स प्रोसीड विद दिस सेशन.
I think sir never fails to amaze us, sir never fails to motivate all of us present here. Right? Audience, right? Yes, that's the way. Okay, can I now please call on stage our very own Adharaniya CA Ranjit Kumar Agarwal sir, Session Chairman and member BOS Academic. Everybody has gotten the mood to hear Ranjit sir. Sir, please.
My good friend and chartered accountant CA Pawan Patodia ji, the hero of this show of the two-day program, Devain Patro, Mr. Das, and all the young and bright students of our institute. Good morning on this Sunday morning. Today is a special session. It's different from the technical session we had. And this is the first different session out of the technicalities. But if you see our institute's record, there are 40,000 CA who are working outside India, and they are not only working as an employee, they are working as a CEO and the CFO of those multinational companies of that country. So they are not working 10 to 5 data entry job. They are sitting in the boardroom and framing the policies of those MNC company. And there is a huge demand, being a chairman of this committee, there is a huge demand for Indian CA outside India. There are 3 reasons for that. Number 1, they are hardworking. Number 2, they are trustworthy. Normally, Indians don't do the scam, normally. And the third one is their adaptability. They can adapt anything, whichever way it's come to their knowledge. And that is the reason Indian origin leaders are making headlines across the USA and UK also. If you see the diversification of our member in other field, if you talk about the politics, we have Piyush Goyal, Suresh Prabhu, K. Rahman Khan, who was the ex-deputy chairman Rajya Sabha, and he was also the treasurer of Bangalore branch of Sikasa. If you talk about the capital market, it's Rakesh Jhunjhunwala, Nilesh Shah. If you talk about the banking, it's a KK Mistry of HDFC Bank, Jareen Daruwala of Standard Chartered Bank. If you talk about the IAS, IPS, IRS, huge number of chartered accountants are diversifying in other fields. And that's why they are saying, whenever we interview them, that say, we have the confidence, and that's why we take the risk of other field, because if we feel, if we fail in the other field, then we have the confidence कि CA तो हूं ना, chartered accountant degree तो है, कुछ भी कर सकता हूं. That kind of confidence all these entrepreneurs have, and I'm happy that from our own city of Kolkata, we have my good friend, chartered accountant Pawan Patodia, who has not only ventured into the new field, but he has made a history of making a volleyball IPL team like the cricket IPL we are having this year. So we can listen to him, we can know the nitty-gritty of the entrepreneurship he possesses and what future of his vision, his entrepreneurship there. We will love to listen to him. So please welcome CA Pawan Patodia for this session. Thank you.
Good evening, friends. Thank you, CA Ranjit sir. Thank you, Devan sir. Thank you, Mr. Das. And all the students present here. मैं अपना स्पीच हिंदी, इंग्लिश और बंगाली में मिक्स करके बोलूंगा to make it more effective. So, as on the 1st of July, our Honorable Prime Minister said, "Pahi ko sahi karne wale mere dosto, no matters who you become, the prefix CA will always become a major part of your identity." So, मैं आज यहाँ स्टेज पे एक संस्मरण पुरुष बनके अपने जीवन की गाथा सुनाने नहीं आया हूं। मैंने ये किया, मेरे जेब में 50 रुपये नहीं थे, मैंने 1800 की नौकरी की। Who is interested in listening all this? I don't want to bore you. Are you guys interested in listening to my story, or you want to know the mantra of success? Come on, tell me. Both. Good. So today we start with success mantra, and then we go on the boring story of how I became what I am today. So before I begin my journey, I want to connect the audience with me with a small story. मेरा ऐसा मानना है, इंडिया में 1 करोड़ से 10 करोड़ कमाना बहुत मुश्किल है, बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल है। पर 10 करोड़ से 100 करोड़ की जर्नी उतनी मुश्किल नहीं है। It's not because of percentage terms I'm talking. What you need is कुछ बैंकर्स के जान पहचान होनी चाहिए, उनके शौक के बारे में पता होना चाहिए। वो बैंकॉक जाना पसंद करते हैं, हरिद्वार जाना पसंद करते हैं, या हांगकांग जाना पसंद करते हैं। 200 करोड़ की जर्नी के आने के बाद उस इंसान का मर्सिडीज से लेकर, घर से लेकर हर चीज इंस्टॉलमेंट में होती है, सिवाय बीबी को छोड़ के। तो दोस्तों, इस जर्नी के बारे में मैं आपसे कुछ पर्सनल लाइफ शेयर कर रहा हूं यहीं पे। जब वो इंसान सक्सेसफुल हो जाता है तो दुर्गा पूजा कमेटी से लेकर कानपुर में उसकी चाची के पोते का ट्रीटमेंट की जवाबदारी भी उसके ऊपर आ जाती है। कभी वो एम्प्लॉयज बोनस के लिए झिझकता रहता है, कभी वो एम्प्लॉयज के इंक्रीमेंट्स के लिए, कभी गवर्नमेंट पॉलिसीज को लेकर। और इन सारे स्ट्रेस में एक दिन उसे पता चलता है कि उसकी 4 नलियां ब्लॉक हो गई है और वो गैस का पेन नहीं है। डॉक्टर बोलता है आप जला तला कम खाइए, थोड़ा स्ट्रेस कम लीजिए। और उसी वक्त उसके बच्चे, ये मेरी अपनी कहानी है, लंदन, न्यूयॉर्क में पढ़ रहे होते हैं और वो डॉलर को उसी तरह खर्चा करते हैं जिस तरह हम रुपीस को खर्चा करते हैं। आज सक्सेसफुल होने के लिए हमें 2 MBA चाहिए जो पीपीटी अच्छा बनाते हो। और आपको मालूम है शायद, मेरा एक लड़का IIM अहमदाबाद से है, मेरी लड़की ISB हैदराबाद नहीं बोल सकता, तो बहुत पीटेगी मुझे। सो अच्छी पीपीटी मेरे घर में बन जाती है तो पैसे कमा लेता हूं। जब इंसान सक्सेसफुल हो जाता है, 40-42 की उम्र में पहुंचता है, तो उस समय उसे वेदांतिक बातें करने में मजा आने लगता है, वो पतंजलि में बिलीव करने लगता है, काऊ मिल्क के फायदे बताने लगता है, ऑर्गेनिक फूड की बातें करने लगता है, और वो बोलने लगता है कि हमारी जिंदगी में तो अब सब कुछ हो गया। सो दोस्तों, मैं आपको ऐसे किसी भी बातों से गुमराह नहीं करता। वो जो कहते हैं कि डिसाइड योर ओन कैरियर बिफोर समबडी एल्स हायर्स यू एंड मेक हिज ड्रीम फुलफिल्ड, झूठ बोलते हैं। मैंने अपना कैरियर 18 साल बाद शुरू किया, बिकॉज एक बेसिक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी होती है आपकी फैमिली की आपके ऊपर। प्लीज fulfill the dreams of your parents before you take ventures and decisions and risk taking in your life. ये ज्ञान की बातें किताबों में बहुत अच्छी लगती है, बट एक परिवार की जिम्मेवारी का निभाने वाले सिर्फ आप हैं, और ये काम सिर्फ आपको करना है। आज मैं अपनी जिंदगी के कुछ पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस आपसे शेयर करूंगा। All those young people sitting here who are under 25 and who are the future of India tomorrow, I just want to tell you that you are not the ordinary human beings. You are not going to be lost as statistical data where when you are born, when you existed, and when you departed is not known. I am not an extraordinary man. I am just like you. The only difference between me and somebody is my potentials have manifested and your potentials might not have or yet to manifest. So do believe in yourself. And when you leave this chamber today, when you leave this hall today, you might have entered as an ordinary man, but you must take a decision that I'll come back on this stage 3 years or 5 years down the line, and I'll create a space for myself in the society, and I will become the someone before I enter this world again. Vedas have one mantra for everyone: lift yourself so that you can lift others. You can clap. I have 2 minutes more. You are human being, the greatest creation of God. You have to just believe in yourself. You have to just see the invisible. If you start seeing the invisible, trust me friends, life becomes very easy. ये ज्ञान की बातें मैं नहीं बोल रहा हूं। रिसेंटली नवंबर में मैंने वॉलीबॉल की टीम अक्वायर की। वॉलीबॉल, आधे लोगों ने मुझे पागल बोला, आधे लोगों ने मुझे पागल बोला। I took that as a compliment because you never know. लेकिन मैं एक बात को बिलीव करता था, चैंपियंस आर नॉट बॉर्न, चैंपियंस आर मेड. If I can do it, why can't you do it? बट ऐसा नहीं है। इस हॉल से निकले और एक वॉलीबॉल टीम खरीद ली, स्टैब्लिश हो जाओ, एक सेविंग कर लो, बिकॉज कैश बंद करना पड़ता है ना, तो उसके लिए प्रोविजन होना चाहिए। वंस यू हैव दैट प्रोविजन फॉर कैश बर्न, आई थिंक you can take any challenge in your life. Decision making is not very difficult, but we have made it complicated. I personally believe if 3 decisions taken by you are correct out of 10, you are one of the most successful decision maker of this world. Take my words. Decision making is a highway, express highway. If you make one mistake, 3 kilometers down, there is another cut, and you can take that cut and come back to correction path. So do not hesitate in taking decisions. The day you stop taking decisions, everything will come to a halt. That's very, very important. Second thing I want to say, certain speeches are born out of certain lives, and certain lives are born out of certain speeches. So your life should be structured from here and after what you feel about the world, and then you should make your life accordingly. Look, I personally believe that when you want to improve, yeah, please, isko nikal देंगे तो अच्छा रहेगा. See, I personally believe that communication is a big art. Vocabulary is a very big art in making you successful. In today's generations, we use the word F and all those words very often, and we feel that it is very good thing. But Swami Vivekananda never used these words to bring the youth to him. Everything which comes out of your body stinks. Your sweat, your flanges, your blood, everything. But you can make your words sweet which are coming out of your mouth. Never make others feel small in front of you. If you can develop this habit alone, it will take you a very, very long way in your life. Because one who is a good listener and one who do not criticize people, who always supports people or who appreciates people, is liked by everyone. Today is the greatest day of my life because I passed out in the year 1986. And first few years of my life, I was doing service. Then I started my career as an entrepreneur and everything. So I could not give my time, my energy, my contribution to my own society, my own Chartered Accounting Institute. And trust me, guys, I have been awarded so many awards in recent 2 months. But standing on this platform today is giving me highest respect in my own eyes, and it is giving me highest satisfaction because today I'm back to my own community. वो गाना है ना, घर आया परदेसी. आज की ये फीलिंग्स को मैं बता नहीं सकता. आज के मेरे नौजवान दोस्तों को मैं एक शिक्षा देना चाहूंगा. मैं, जैसा कि मैंने कहा, मैं 2 MBA का पापा भी हूं. मैं खुद एक चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट हूं. आज ये पवन पाटोडिया जो आपके सामने खड़ा है, जो सक्सेसफुल आदमी है, इट इज मेनली बिकॉज he was a chartered accountant. Trust me, guys. हमें लगता है कि हमें कुछ नहीं आता, बट जब हम कॉर्पोरेट वर्ल्ड में जाते हैं, हमें लगता है यार यहां से तो हम सोचना शुरू करते हैं जहां ये खत्म करते हैं. मैं दुनिया के 180 कंट्री में ट्रेवल किया हूं. एंड ट्रस्ट मी, गाइस, most of the places when I was going with my honor also, and when the people used to meet me, they used to say, hello Mr. Goenka, how are you? Then, you know, to save the respect of my boss, I used to tell them I am his secretary, Mr. Patodia. I am not Goenka. So you can well imagine, friends, a chartered accountant, they are the rarest of rare. Perhaps today you do not understand the power of being a chartered accountant. इस साल भी सिर्फ 12,499 चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट बने हैं, जबकि इससे 20 गुना ज्यादा MBA बन जाते हैं इस देश में हर साल. हम वो रेयरेस्ट कम्युनिटी है और आज हमारे पास जो पावर है वो शायद किसी के पास नहीं है। मैं एक मंत्र से चालू करूंगा कि 90% of the communication we speak is waste preparing a mind to accept it, and 10% is what we communicate. Now you may not agree. I give you an example. Your friends bought a bicycle or a bike. You go to your dad. You tell him, Dad, I want to buy a bike. Will he give you one? He will not. Because that mind is not prepared. You have not prepared him for that. And you make an opinion about your father that my father is having so much of money as he doesn't want to spend on me. No. The farmer says that the soil which is prepared for fertilization and for the growth, you don't need to prepare it further and plant the trees there. Even if you throw the seeds there, they will grow into plants. So what my opinion is, to become an effective communicator, what you need is you have to prepare the mind before you do. And that is why, you see, before these people, when they come to sell you, when you go to sell anything extraordinary to a market which is not ready for it, it becomes a failure. So what I suggest is, in communications, there are 4 C's which you must be knowing. That is concise, that is eye contact, that is clarity, and that is clarity, concise, eye contact, and it should relate to some context, and it should vouch for something. Like diamonds, you have 4 C's: clarity, carat, and all. So no communication is effective unless you have an eye-to-eye contact. And what I personally believe, that while you communicate, from today you should develop a habit of 5-to-1. When somebody asks you good thing, reply in 5 sentences. How are you? I'm top of the world, feeling very nice. A Sunday morning, I had a good time. When somebody asks you have a headache, and somebody asks you how are you, 1 sentence, headache. Do not discuss headache to such an extent that he gets a headache. What is important is, even Lord Krishna, he knew this mantra. He was preparing the soil. So for first few hours, he was teaching, he was convincing Arjuna to accept, to fight, and apna Kshatriya dharma ko nivaye. He was preparing him. He was preparing the soil. अगर कृष्णा ने बोल दिया होता उठाओ हथियार मारो सामने, कभी अर्जुन हथियार उठाता नहीं. लेकिन कृष्ण चालाक थे, उन्हें मालूम था seeds never grow on an unprepared soil. अर्जुन को मुझे तैयार करना पड़ेगा मेंटली बिफोर उसको वो चाणक्य बुद्धि दूं कि क्षत्रिय धर्म निभाओ, धनुष को उठाओ. तो अगर भगवान कृष्ण ये फॉलो कर रहे हैं तो हमें भी इसे फॉलो करना सोचना चाहिए. नंबर 2, just remember 10% of our communication goes actual communication. 90% time we spend to prepare the mind to accept the communication. Now I have one more thing. In today's world, how you pick up your sentences, that is very, very important. Today, the time we spend on television media and of late on social media, if 5% of it we can spend on ourselves, we read the books about those successful people, and if it is not written in our languages, we can transcribe it into our own languages. And if we use these languages, our vocabulary power will increase to a lot. If somebody asks you how are you feeling? And you say, on top of the world, it shows full of energy. But when you say, how are you pulling on? It shows full negative energy. So what I want is that whenever we take this, we should always think of positive energy. I give you one story. I started learning the game of chess from a good friend of mine. We name it X. So for first 20 games, I was losing. Every game, X was winner. But from 21st game, I won. 22nd, I won. 23rd, I won. And I decided I will play 41 games with him because he has won for 20 games. Sooner or later, I realized that now, every time I was losing to X, my game was improving. But every time I was winning, my ego was becoming bigger. So the message I want to give you guys is, if you want to grow in life, keep the companies of those people you look at. That will always give you inspiration to become big. And if you want your ego to grow, what you have to do is very simple. Keep the companies of those people who keep inspiring you every day, so you feel, yes, I'm a big man. I personally believe that we should always look up to those people who can inspire us to achieve bigger things in life. When we started our career, that time, Doordarshan was playing just one channel. Today, you are into social media world. The highest jump of revenue, even of IPL, started in the era of social world, social media. So you guys are superpower of this country. And I believe success will come to you guys much faster than the time it had taken for us to become successful. You just have to believe in yourself, and you have to believe that hard work, passion is the key to success. If you are not passionate, if you are not hard work, you can reach to the top, but you will never stay there. You have to be passionate. You have to be very, very hard worker. Now, coming to my journey, I started a very humble career. In the year 1986, when I passed out chartered accountancy, prior to that, I was new to this city. I was only born here. And then I did my schooling from Assam, and then I went to Pune for my higher career. I was so determined in my life that after doing CA, I did MCom because I wanted to become a professor. But then my Mamaji said one day, "Tu master banega." And I swear, it hit my heart. I wanted to become a professor. And he said, "Tu master banega." And I left Bombay and came to Calcutta. Here I started on a humble salary of 1,800 rupees. Guys, this is hard fact. Even my mother used to say, कि यार सर्वेंट की भी सैलरी 1400 रुपये है पवन, और तू चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट है. For 6 years, I was on that salary. In 2 years, I became CEO. I was associated with plywood industry, which was one of the highest paying industry at that time. And people drawing salary 5 lakhs to 7 lakhs were reporting me. But my salary was 1,800 to 2,100, 2,400 and 2,700. But I knew that he is only seeing my patience, because if people who are reporting to me and virtually I am sitting on the chair of honor, success will come to me. 5 years below the line, he called me. He asked me, "Let us settle your salary." He set some amount for year 1, year 2, year 3, year 4, year 5. And I said, "No, sir, thank you. I'm happy with 2,200 rupees because you are negotiating. I don't like it." and then he gave what I wanted. From there, I was with him till 1996. Then suddenly one day, one case was filed in public interest, and all 30,000 factories in Assam and all the mining activities were closed at the time on 12th of December 1996. I, being a good consultant, a good asset to the company, I went to my employer and told him, Harakiri kar lo, sir. It is the best time you should do harakiri. Harakiri, many of you may not be knowing, when a Japanese wants to do a suicide, he takes the swords and put his in belly. That's called harakiri. So I said, लेकिन बॉस सेंटिमेंटल थे, उन्होंने खर्चे चालू रखे कि शायद सुप्रीम कोर्ट खोल दे, and he busted. When he was busting, he had couple of factories where liabilities were more. So he requested me, Pawan, if you can take this factory at 1 rupee, I'll be more than glad. By that time, I had enough savings. I could take this decision. And thereafter, luck favored me. Success is like an accident if you describe in one word. If it has to happen, it can happen in first year or second year of a career, and sometimes 30 years passes and you do not see success. I was lucky enough that for me, the success came in the first year. By second year, my company was debt free. And that was the mantra of my success because I kept my company debt free. I believed in the rule of compounding, the eighth wonder of the world. Today, if I say, at once upon a time, when the rate of interest in this world was 16 to 80%, money was multiplying at 4 times, 4 years double. And even if I take a multiplying factor of 14%, money was multiplying at 5 years. So guys, go home and try this out. 1,000 rupees becomes 10,24,000 in 50 years. But the same 1,000 rupees becomes 100 crores in 100 years. Now, story I have told on many platforms, and people take it away and they curse their grandparents and parents कि उन्होंने 1,000 रुपया रख दिया होता तो हमको 100 crore मिलते. But you can carry the story from here. अगर तुमने 10,24,000 रखे होते तो शायद तुम्हारे जन्म में 100 crore मिल जाते. मैंने 10,24,000 से चालू किया, फिर 20 लाख, फिर 40 लाख, फिर 1,80, और मुझे लगा 30 साल में तो मैं 100 करोड़ हो ही जाएंगे, और हो गए, और मैं सक्सेसफुल हो गया. तो बहुत छोटा सा मंत्र है यार, द लॉ ऑफ कंपाउंडिंग. एट सर्टेन पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम, मैं आपको आज यहां फक्र से बोलता हूं, व्हाई आई से व्हाट एवर आई एम, बिकॉज ऑफ चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंसी. आपने हमेशा सुना होगा वारेन बुफे का IRR is 26%. Today I say proudly on this stage, for 18 years my IRR was 28%. अगर मैं CA ना होता तो ये बातें समझ ही नहीं पाता. कोई पहले हंसता है, कोई बाद में हंसता है, हंसते सब है. जो शुरू में हंसते हैं उनकी लाइफ थोड़ी स्ट्रगलफुल ज्यादा रहती है. जो शुरू में 50 का 30-20-50 रेशियो फॉलो कर लेते हैं कि मेरा 30% EMI होगा, 20% घर खर्चा होगा, 50% बचत होगी, उनकी लाइफ 10 साल में सेट हो जाती है. और जो प्लास्टिक कार्ड को यूज करते वक्त सोचते नहीं है, वो फिर 3% इंटरेस्ट देते रहते हैं और रोज लोगों की गालियां सुनते हैं. सो मेरी एक एडवाइस है मेरे यंग जनरेशन के सारे स्टूडेंट्स से कि जिंदगी को अगर कामयाब बनाना है तो हैबिट ऑफ सेविंग शुड बी इनकल्टिवेटेड फ्रॉम डे वन. दैट इज योर बिगेस्ट ओन पावर. मेक योरसेल्फ डेट फ्री एट ऑल पार्ट ऑफ योर लाइफ. दैट इज द बिगेस्ट सक्सेस. मुझे मेरे पास काफी हाई लिमिट्स थे सीसी अकाउंट में, मैं कभी उनको यूज नहीं करता था. एक बार बैंक के चेयरमैन ने मुझे बुलाया, बोला पटोडिया साहब आप इतने पैसे सीसी में लेते हो, कभी यूज नहीं करते हो. मैं डरा नहीं, मैंने सामने से उसे बोला, सर चिंता क्यों करते हो, जिस दिन डूबूंगा सबसे पहले सीसी का पैसा ही यूज करूंगा। Because my internal saving has given me that much of power that even if he withdraws that limit at that point of time, I knew it will not make any difference to my professional or business career. What I'm trying to establish here is not that I was arrogant. I was a confident man who could handle this very easily. And that confidence comes from your internal power. That internal power comes from your own savings. Do not keep an eye on your parents' inheritance. That is your good luck. You are capable enough to generate your own avenues. और जहां तक सवाल है किसी भी चीज में सक्सेसफुल होने का, मेरा अपना एक मंत्र है जिस मंत्र को मैं बहुत रिलीजियसली फॉलो करता हूं कि टू डू एनी आउटराइजियस थिंग इन द वर्ल्ड you need to be passionate about it and you need to be mad about it. So I say with all passion and madness that I am mad about volleyball, and standing on this platform I am telling you, sir, that in 2 years this game will be an alternate game to this world. People ask me, how do you will face the challenge with IPL or cricket? I really wonder what is the logic of these questions, because IPL is a game of cricket, PBL is a game of volleyball. You are comparing an apple with an orange, and there is no point comparing an apple with orange. So the thing is, today many of people started believing in volleyball, and if all of us start believing in something, the day is not very far away when we can create a complete ecological system for our next generation. मेरी जनरेशन का तो फ्यूचर मैंने सेट कर रखा है, MBAs है, लेकिन इस what is the basic responsibility of a businessman, of an entrepreneur is whatever you take from the society, you must return something to the society before you retire. So this is my endeavor. बिकॉज क्रिकेट में घुसना बहुत मुश्किल है, उनको रेडीमेड प्लेयर चाहिए और हम ग्रास रूट लेवल पे तैयारी करेंगे। बट मेरा ये आपसे वादा है कि आने वाले साल में मुझे कई पटोडियाज दिखेंगे, कई सक्सेसफुल एंटरप्रेन्योर दिखेंगे, बिकॉज आज की जनरेशन की जो थॉट प्रोसेस है वो सबसे अलग है। एंड ऑलवेज बिलीव that an MBA may be getting a bigger salary than you at the start of that career, because they are prepared from beginning the qualities they need to have to get a higher amount of salary. But जैसा कि अनिल सिंघवी ने भी कहा था, and totally endorse his views, that सीए जिस मट्टी से बनाया जाता है, जो 3 साल में जो घसाई होती है और जिस लेवल की हम पढ़ाई करते हैं, आप ईच स्फीयर ऑफ लाइफ में आपको लगेगा हाँ यार मैंने ये पढ़ा था, द डिसीजन टू कंटिन्यू और रिप्लेस ZMax, you know, I keep doing this, how to maximize the profits, and how do you take a decision of replacing or doing this thing, which is the bottleneck, and these decisions, standard costing, you know, we have successfully implemented the full standard costing in our organization, that these are controllable and these are non-controllables. So you know that you have to throw your energy only on those factors which are controllable, like idle time, like other factors. It's not important to throw time waste on those parts which are not in your hand. If machinery breakdown is the cause of lower production, efficiency variance is lower, we have to emphasize more on that rather than price variance, which is totally not in our hand. So a nail will go inside only and only if you hit hard and hard on the head. Beating on all the points and calling your managers and asking him nonsense questions will only kill the time and will not yield any results. If you really want result in shortest possible time, you should know where the problem is. And as a CA students, you know it all. It's only you have to practice. Now, before I end, I would like to say a couple of more things which are very, very important. The belief you hold at the beginning of a journey defines the journey. This is very, very important sentence. You must remember. The belief you hold at the beginning of any journey will only decide the journey. So you never feel that hoga ya nahi hoga. You should be head high. फिर देखना पूरी कायनात लग जाएगी उसको सक्सेस करने में. और जैसा कि now what are the key takings from my, इतना लंबा चौड़ा बोला, कुछ key points तो होने चाहिए. The first and the foremost key take from my speech is family comes first, then the career. If you are able to take care of your family, you can put in more energy on your career. I give you an example here. Every time you eat food, we, including me, I do not look up and say the lady, thank you, the food is good. It is only the dog when he do pedicuring, he does not move his head this side or that side. Now you can say that my mother makes always good food. So what is the new in it? My answer to you is, if one day salt is not there, will you cry or not? Hey mama, salt is not there. Or in some family, hey papa, salt is not there. I repeat once again, I think the guys, you didn't get the joke. So when the salt is less, do you shout or not? In some families, hey mama, the salt is not there. Aaj khana kaisa banaya? And some family, hey papa, salt is not there. When it is not hot, do you shout or not? When it is not of your liking, do you shout or not? When you shout, every time it is criticism. And if you take it as your right to shout, please accept your responsibility to appreciate every time it is good. You go to a hotel, after the food is over, you ask, call the chef. Chef will come fearing and all protection gear around him, that sir, we have to follow international standards, so we cannot cope up with the local taste and the Indian taste. But if you tell him, chef, the food was awesome, trust me, he will get a heart attack. And 5 minutes later, the waiter will come to you, this has been sent by the chef as a compliment. That is the art of appreciation. So guys, what are the points? So do I have a time or completed? Yeah. So what are the takeaways from this is, first and the foremost, I do not believe in the theory, work for yourself, otherwise somebody else will hire and make his dream true. This is only and only true when you have accomplished certain responsibilities, you have fulfilled certain responsibilities, you have enough savings, then yes, you should believe in this theory, but not immediately after you pass out. That's one takeaway I would like everybody to take. The second one is practice empathy. Kindness and empathy are absolutely necessary in today's world. Today, with the social media, you are connected to the world. So if you practice empathy, your nature becomes kindness, and then you will be accepted gladly by the world. What is next is think big. The world is your target, not your village, not your town, not your state, not your country. You should always be led by examples and not by references. You know, सबसे बड़ा WhatsApp. One WhatsApp comes, you करने से diabetic कम होता है, and every morning, next morning you see everybody doing this is diabetic कम हो रहा है. I just do not understand. The negativity reaches faster. The positivity takes time. So if all of you, I'm sure some of you must have created some story. I can see Shivani Shah sitting here. She has created wonders. But many of us do not know. But Shivani Shah kills one person tomorrow, and everybody knows Shivani Shah killed one person. And he was saved. Luckily, he reached hospital in time. That also then people will know. So the problem in this society is negativity spreads faster than positivity. So how do we do this? How do we overcome this? The simple mantra. We should be led by examples and not by references. The third and the most important is the biggest difference between ordinary and genius is the genius is crazy. पागल होता हो, एक जुनून होता है कुछ करने का. अब जैसे मेरे पास कोई जीनियस आ जाए तो मुझे तो उसका पानी उतारना आता है खाली. अगर एक आदमी आके बोले यूरेका यूरेका यूरेका, मैंने केमिकल बनाया है विच कैन मेल्ट एनीथिंग इन द वर्ल्ड, मैं बोलूंगा रखेगा किधर, पहले वो सोच. बिकॉज आई नो इफ यू कांट प्रिजर्व इट, there is no point of that invention, and if you can preserve it, then that claim by you that it can melt anything in the world is wrong. But it is wrong. Though no matter I'm doing it, I'm trying to improve myself, but you know, an old dog learns new tricks very rarely. 40 years in my life, I've been using slang languages all around. Now, if somebody tells me that everything which comes out from human body stinks, at least the words can sweet and there can be sweet. It's difficult for me to accept it, but trust me, next time when I come on this podium, I will be a better civilized man. I promise you, sir. Most important takeout is close your eyes, and if you can see the invisible, perhaps you are on the right path. Perhaps you are on the right path. I strongly believe successful people are not those who take high risk in their career. Even if you are an established businessman of any repute, if you look at the biography or if you look at the lifestyle of any successful people, they only take moderate risk in their life. So from now, you should all cultivate the habit of taking moderate risk in your career. The definition of moderate risk will keep changing at every stage. A high risk may give you profits in the short time, but this habit will spoil everything you have earned over the years, because one mistake and you are gone. Second, I request my friends who are here, be always process oriented. When you take a decision, it should be process oriented. It should not be, I feel this, I feel that. Now, success is not happiness, but I will rather say happiness breeds success. The more happier you are, the more your brain is ready to work at a larger capacity. And the last but not the least is set high goals and do not stop until you achieve. Now, I'll give you a few quotes from few of the most important people in this world who have quoted many things. that like Muhammad Ali and all those people, I can quote many things. But I feel one more thing which is very, very important is that to become successful, you should never be contented with your this thing. Last, age is just a number. The founder of Kentucky Fried Chicken, he started his career at the age of 60. Patodia started his second inning at the age of 60. So age is just a number, my dear friend, and you have to understand and overcome. अब मेरी तो उम्र हो गई है, मैं क्या काम करूंगा? So with these words, I say once again, I will repeat what I said. I am just an ordinary chartered accountant, not done anything extraordinary. The only difference between you and me is my potentials have manifested and your potentials are yet to manifest. Thank you very much.
सर बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. आई थिंक निजी जिंदगी के साथ प्रोफेशनल वर्ल्ड का आपने जो पुल बांधा है, आई थिंक आगे जाके हम यहाँ बैठे सभी को इसका प्रेरणा देगा, इस बात का प्रेरणा होगा. I think with that, Harshita?
Yes, we'll start with the quiz session. We'll ask you 2 questions, and of course, you know the drill after that. So the first question is, when was the Volleyball Federation of India formed? Does anyone can answer that?
Guess, yes. Okay, I see your hand coming up. Yes, that's the correct answer.
No, I think he Googled it, but yes, that's but that's the
बहुत उम्दा जवाब.
that is yes. What's your name? Wow. Big. हाँ, आपको नहीं मिलेगा सर लेकिन.
Okay, the next question. Who invented the game of volleyball? Any guess? Any guess?
Fastest finger fast.
William Morgan, I hear the correct answer, but fastest fingers first, जैसे कि सर ने बोला, सामने से मेरे को आंसर आया था फर्स्ट. Who was it? Who was it? सबको तोहफा चाहिए. बहुत बढ़िया. That's the energy. Perfect. What's your name? बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया. सामने आ जाओ, please. Be the limelight. Okay, I think जो पहले भी आए and उसके बाद दोनों answers जो भी लोग दिए, I think just please come on stage. Guys, round of applause please for them. And I would request CA Pawan Patodia sir to hand over them the gifts. तालियां 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 तालियां. मौका और आएगा, मौका और मिलेगा ऐसे और गिफ्ट जीतने का.
Now, can we please call Mr. Ankit Das, MCM ICAI, to give us a word of thanks?
Thank you guys for being such a wonderful audience. It was a session that I look forward to. I guess you all look forward to. Is it? Is it? Is it? Perfect.
Good afternoon, everyone. To all chartered accountants and future chartered accountants. I, Ankit Das, the managing committee member of ICAI. I thank C. Pawan Kumar Patodia sir for giving and encourage our students to their life and achieve their goals. I also thank CA Ranjit Agrawal sir, Central Council member, for giving his precious times. I thank our backbone, CA Debayan Patra sir, for achieving our goal, because we are lagging with students, but now we are achieve our goal, that was 1K. Thank you each and everyone.
Hello. Okay, guys. So there's a poem for Shivani Shah ma'am, which is very, very beautiful. So 40 seconds into the poem, our team members are standing downstairs with you guys. They'll be switching on their flashlight. So when they actually do that, can you guys just cue that in and just switch on your flashlight as well, of your phone, of course. And secondly, as Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav is a government initiative to celebrate and commemorate 75 years of 75 glorious years of independence, and how we know as CAs and the signatures value that we carry and the financial independence that we provide to this country since its independence. We would like all of you guys to stand up for national anthem.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, sir. Let me know when I need to go.
Just love the enthusiasm. We should be proud of ourselves as we are. Perfect.
आसमान में चमकते तारों को देखा है, उन तारों का पीछा करते मैंने हजारों को देखा है। मेरी हर जीत के पहले मिली मेरी उन हारों को देखा है, और उन हार से भाग जाने वाले बहुत सारों को देखा है। मैंने खुद को देखा है। रुकने को कितनी बार हमसे कहा गया, फिर भी अपने सपनों से दूर नहीं न रहा गया। तो बस here's the real deal, whether or not they like it, you do you, there's no need to fight it. देखो, तुम दुनिया के लिए मत बदलना, दुनिया को तुम्हारे लिए बदलने दो। दिल बोले ठीक तो जैसा है वैसा चलने दो। For winners are not created based on a set rule book, and loser is a term used by people who have never truly looked. So let them put you in brackets. You keep your head high. Har mushkil hogi aasan only if you give it a try. Try, because it's always more important what you do than however you are. जोर से हंसती हो या फिर हंसते हंसते रो देती हो, चीजें संभाल कर रखती हो मगर ऐन वक्त पर खो देती हो। Extrovert, introvert, or obsessed with words, none of it decides your true worth. Your true worth lies in achieving your dreams and never giving up. Never giving up because उम्मीदों की कश्ती को डुबाया नहीं करते, मंजिल दूर हो तो थक कर रोया नहीं करते, और जब पास आ जाओ तब रुक जाया नहीं करते। With this, I'd like to call up on stage 4 times world champion CA Shivani Shah. Please give a huge round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you everyone. This is really, really special. But since this is Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, before we start, can we all chant together once and in unison, much like you have your torchlights on? Jai Hind. Once more, Jai Hind. One last time, Jai Hind. Thank you so much.
I would also like to call on stage MCM ICASA, Ms. Pragya Paramita Panda, and our chairman EIRC, CA Ravi Kumar Patwa sir. Guys, before I introduce ma'am, I would also want to tell a write-up that one of my very good friends has prepared, and I hope it resonates with you guys. Dear you say that every day, and yes, we hear it too, a little bit more each day, almost like a desperate scream. But when I look at you, I don't see the fight, because deep inside, probably your heart has given up. But the fact is, there never was a competition. It's always you versus you. Your one smile can make so many smiles, and your one tear can break so many hearts. You're always ruling the world. So next time, When people crack a joke, just laugh openly. When you fall or fail, cry hard, but never give up. And as I try to impart some wisdom into you, need I mention that I'm a huge fan of your strength, your resilience, and of course, your smile. And just in case you are still wondering, I am on your side. With love, the human left in me. Now I'll be starting with the great introduction that I have of ma'am. Let's begin. Ma'am is an Indian sports person and chartered accountant who is widely acknowledged as the first Indian woman to become a world champion in kettlebell sports. She represented India at the International Kettlebell World Championship at Uzbekistan in 2018, winning the first gold medal for India in that category. She further outclassed her own achievements in 2019, where she won the second gold medal in Australia, followed by the third gold medal in France last year, and she won double gold for India at the 29th IGSF World Championship held at Greece in July 2022. Congratulations, ma'am, so much. And in Greece, she got the coveted rank of Masters of Sports, which is the first by any Indian woman athlete. She has been instrumental in building India's robust positioning in kettlebell, and the same has been acknowledged by the Indian government and its supremo. Her achievements and efforts to bring glory to the nation have been acknowledged by our very honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, who sent a letter of appreciation to her father, recognizing her contribution to nation building by winning gold for the country. Besides kettlebell, she is a renowned chartered accountant. Ma'am, how many things are you? This is so great. And she has also given a TEDx session, which has been very widely praised. And she was also considered the pride of Bengal and has been given an award for that alongside Arnab Goswami and Arup Raha. And last but not the least, before I give away the mic to ma'am, I would just want to recite her mantra once again. If you are persistent, you will get it. If you are persistent, you will get it. If you are consistent, you will keep it. Ma'am, before I call ma'am, I would really want our chairman to be here, and yes, I got so lost in the awards that ma'am has given that I actually forgot that I have to call sir first. Sir, all yours. And also thank you for
Thank you. Sorry. Well, well, what a reception it was. And let me all tell you, let me tell you all that anything less than this would have been inappropriate for this gorgeous lady sitting over here. A brilliant professional, a chartered accountant, a devout mother, and on top of that, multiple-time world champion. Friends, it doesn't come easy. You know, anybody who would attain this much, who's going to achieve this much, will have to do whatever she has done. You know, kettlebell requires great muscle strength, great cardiovascular endurance. It requires a lot of anaerobic capabilities, and on top of all of this, it requires immense mental fortitude. A kettlebell competition will require a kettlebell lifter to lift those heavy kettlebells as many times as one can within a given period of time.
And I'm sure there are so many machos sitting over here. Student life, after all. Let me tell you guys, all those machos at least, that what you can do with your two hands, she'll be able to do double that with her one hand. And this session being named Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. Let me also tell you this, that if she lifts the kettle ball and throws it, 5 Chinese soldiers will be down there immediately. Shivani, your achievements have really instilled a sense of pride among all of us, among all the students sitting over here, among all the chartered accountants all over the world. All the members of ICAI are proud of you, Shivani. With that, my dear young student friends, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you this much. If she can do it, you can too. All that is required to remember is that achievers do not sit back and let things happen to them. They work hard. They go out and happen to things instead of letting things happen to them. That is all what you have to do. So friends, listen to every word what she has to say and share with all of you. Because who knows, one among you sitting over here in few years' time is going to have the national anthem sung for you, is going to have the flashlight reception, which she got it today. Thank you very, very much, friends. You can do it. Here, Shivani. Thank you very, very much.
Now I would like to call CA Debayan Patra sir to felicitate CA Shivani Shah ma'am. Now I'll just ask ma'am to take the entire stage and the limelight trolley.
A very, very good afternoon to all of you. Honestly, I'm falling short of words. Very, very overwhelmed right now. I don't know when I was made to feel so special. Very, very special thank you. My heart is full of gratitude. Thank you to ICASA for each one of you, every student of ICASA, each one of you sitting in this hall, for making it so very special. And I'm so missing my son. I wish he was here and he could have seen the warm reception I've got and learned a little bit, because at home I don't get all much love and respect as much I was showered here. Yes, sir. Please, sir. My special thank you to our EIRC chairman, Sri Ravi Patwa, all the dignitaries I see in the front row, my co-speaker, Pawan Bhaiya. Thank you all for gracing the occasion today. So, It's supposed to be a power session, and I'm honestly missing my kettlebells. I wish I could have shown you that one lift and you would have known that what it's all about. But enough has been said about me, and you can Google Shivani Agarwala. Mind you, for my professional correspondence, it's Shivani Shah, because I qualified way back in 2005 while I was still unmarried. And kettlebell happened to me postpartum. The journey started with an idea to lose my postpartum weight when I delivered my son in 2015. So if you want to know more, do log in to Google Shivani Agarwala. So I'll not spend the next half an hour talking about what I did, how I did. I'm going to just share a few snapshots of my journey, the few key principles that I feel looking back in retrospection have helped me and have attained the little success that I have. So the missing pieces. Now, technology. We are all living in a world of Facebook. We are all living in a world of Instagram, social media, mobile phones. Can I have a raise of hands? How many of you have your mobile phones here? Yeah, you'll say, ma'am, aapke liye flashlight dikhana tha. But had the flashlight reception not been there, how many of you would have left your mobile phones either in the green room or in your bags? Only one. So you see, we are very good at putting filters on Instagram and Facebook, and we are very great at letting the world know how great we are, how tough we are, and how we probably have everything figured out, right? But believe me, most of us don't have that much toughness, and most of us don't have much figured out. When you log on to any social media, be it Facebook, Instagram, or for that matter, even using your cell phone, say you're feeling very low. You know, what do? A string of highs to all your friends. Hi, 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 hi. And then what? You receive one reply. Do you feel good? Yes or no? So when you log on to any social media or use your phone, your body releases the exact same chemical dopamine, which is released either when one is smoking or when one is indulging in alcohol, or for that matter, gambling. Exactly the same chemical. How many of you feel really good when you see an increase in the number of followers on Instagram? I feel. I'm honest about it. How many of you? Quite a few. So you see, while there is an age restriction on alcohol, on gambling, there is no age restriction on carrying your mobile phones, or for that matter, social media. So my one takeaway would be, that has helped me enormously, is use technology, don't abuse technology. Now, many of you, have you encountered this? You're sitting in a group of people. Haan, kya bola? Sorry. How many of you actually do that or have come across that? Many of you, right? So the deal is, that is addiction. The first thing you do when you get up in the morning is to see your mobile. That is addiction. Now, all of you are young, vibrant students, and many of you would say, alarm lagate hain, right? Bhai, alarm aayega aapke 150 se 200 rupaye ka, get an alarm. Charge your mobile phone in the living room, not beside your bedside. Go out for dinner with family and friends. Make it a protocol. Anyone carries the mobile phone, just in case you want to take a picture for Instagram, just in case. Or, bhai, Uber aapko bulana hai. Because if you can't do that, believe me, you are addicted. So that is one thing for starters. I'd say that in this world where everything is being sold, we are living in a world of instant gratification. You need to let yourself off the social media for a while. This brings me to my second point, impatience. You need anything, you need to buy something, where do you log on? Amazon? You want to watch a movie, where do you log in? Netflix. You want to date someone, you swipe? Tinder, right? So, you know, back in those days, I mean, I'm the child of the 1980s, you know, and we were very simple. I'm assuming even you are simple. We were told what to do. We wore what we were given. We ate what we were told to eat. For us, lesbian was just the capital of Portugal, and gay was a happy word, right? And we had to really work on influencing someone, you know, building a conversation. Right now, we are living in a world of instant gratification. Netflix, Amazon, swipe right. Right? So what does this lead to? This is actually deterring young individuals. Well, I consider myself young as well. So all of us actually, it deters us from building meaningful life relationships. So you may have 10,000, 5,000, 15,000 followers, but believe me, who would stand by you? None of us know. So that is the second thing, is patience. See, chartered accountancy is one course that teaches you a lot of patience. That's a given, right? We had our previous speaker, Shri Pawan Patodia, speak at length about how great we are. And honestly, I'm just feeling a little better than, all MBA sitting in the room right now. But the deal is that, you have a mountain and you need to reach the summit. The mountain is big. There may be parts of your journey which are very swift, but there may be parts which are long and tardy and takes time. So the second thing I'll say, guys, be patient. None of us have everything figured out. None of us are as tough, but you need the resilience in you to withstand the journey, right? Is everyone listening? Can I have yes? Great. Moving ahead, the 5 rules. Now, can you all read in unison the first rule, please? Louder. Great. So let me relate to you a small story. I'm an athlete. More than often, I'm training outdoors. So I went for a marathon. And after the marathon, like you have in many marathons, the sponsor had organized some free drinks, energy drinks, and some free food. So after my run, I told my friend, hey, let's just go and catch a bite. He said, no, the line is very, very long. I said, come on, it's free. I'm very tired. I'm very, very hungry. Let's go and catch a bite. It's free. The friend said, no, sorry, the line is very long. Then I realized in life, there are 2 types of people. A, one who sees what they want, and the second one who will see all the hurdles that come in the way to achieve what you want. The first rule is go after what you want, bend the rules. There are no set rules. Believe me, I'll speak a little about me, how I started later on, but I bent all the rules. I was someone who's never participated in a single sports event in school. We belonged to institutions wherein they believed in pushing just the person who was good at it and not the ones who weren't good at it. I was never the top of the mind recall when it came to sports activities. I was obese for most of my school life, but I bent the rules and I realized that, dude, let me do what I want and I'll not come in your way. So that is the first rule I'd say has helped me in my journey. Be free to adopt it. Sometimes you are the problem. I was reading a book and, there was something called the Black Fever, which had engulfed most of Europe in the 18th century. And there was a lot of research done, a lot of theses written, and they could not figure out that what is the problem until there was one gentleman who said that the doctors are not washing the hands. The fever was what? That every time a child was born, the mother used to die. And the doctors used to conduct the autopsy in the morning and then deliver babies in the evening. And it was only after 30 years, they actually realized that the problem was the doctor. So sometimes, friends, we can blame everything around. You can blame the circumstances. You can blame everyone around, but you may be the problem. So time to look inwards. So while you can bask in the glory of your success, you also need to take all responsibility for your actions and inactions. Bringing it in perspective of a CA student, back in those days when I was pursuing chartered accountancy, we were the lucky lot who just had it 3 years. So, I used to find costing very tough. And we used to always blame the board of studies कि भाई ये costing आपने बहुत tough बनाया है. But then I realized probably the problem is inside me. I started working harder. I got my numbers and I became a chartered accountant at a young age of 22. Third, take care of each other. So, my husband, most of the time he stays in Assam. So we have the fortune of interacting with a lot of people with an army background, the Air Force. So I was in a conversation with a NSG guard, and none of us can deny that the National Security Guards are one of the most elitist forces in the country. Yes or no? Yes. So I was sitting with him over a conversation and I asked him that, tell me, what is the selection process for an NSG? He said, see, Shivani, I can't tell you who are selected, but I can certainly tell you who are not selected. So he said, when a person is entirely spent mentally, physically, emotionally, but he has it in him to dig down deep and take out something to help the person on his left, on his right, is the one who will be chosen. You may not have bulky muscles, you may not be of a big stature, but if you have it in you to help others, believe me, life will be beautiful. It's the single biggest quality you can possess. And let me also acknowledge the contribution of our speaker prior to this, Shri Pawan Patodia. While I was pursuing my, my journey into kettlebells, here I get a call and he was all out that, I want to let the world know what you've done. And till now it amazes me, but why? Why is there someone who wants to help me? And I still haven't figured out that why, but probably I need to still inculcate that quality in me. So believe me, helping others is one of the single biggest qualities you can possess. Fourth, great leader. We've heard a lot about leadership. Let me tell you a global case study, Nelson Mandela, and none of us can deny, when you talk about him, he has been universally accepted as one of the world's finest leaders. Any other leader, maybe you go out of the nation, you'll have, something untoward about that particular leader. But I think Nelson Mandela is one. He has never ceased to amaze everyone. So I was again reading a book and someone asked him that, sir, what is it that made you such a great leader? So he said, whenever I used to go with my father, we used to do two things. A, always sit in a circle. And B, my father used to be the last person to speak. So while we've been taught that learn to listen, there's a reason why you have 2 ears and 1 mouth, I'd say the other way around. I'd say have the patience to listen. Be the last person to listen. I have seen enough boardroom meetings wherein the boss comes in, blah, 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 this is what I feel, please let me know. No, that's not the way. When you listen and when you are the last person to listen, A, you have the advantage of knowing what they feel, and B, you are a lot more knowledgeable than probably what you were. I'm not saying that take everything. You do not have to take in every negativity, but make sure that you are the last person to speak before, that adrenaline rush. Just say, I remember as a child when we were asked history questions, there was once an instance that even before the question was asked, I raised my hand. And my teacher said, but I'd not even asked the question. So, that depicts that how much in a rush are we always to speak. So that is what I'll say, guys, have patience. Position and glory are temporary. Honestly, today I'm so overwhelmed standing at this stage. I'm falling short of words. I mean, I can't thank ICASA enough, the students, the EIRC, the entire team, Mr. Patra in special, because he's been instrumental to having me over here, our chairman, every one of you. But I don't know that tomorrow or fast forward to 2023, will I get the same reception? So yes, I have achieved something in my life that made me worthy of this reception, but I know this is just temporary. I will enjoy it while it lasts, but it is because of my achievement. So I'd say that while all of you out here will step into the real world after qualifying and job, don't make that job your identity. We are in a society where you're told that you need to be always working. No, you may find your identity in something else. While yes, you need a job, you need your bread, butter and jam, and you need a sustaining source of income. No denying that, but don't relate yourself just to the job. Likewise, be humble. I think humility is again a quality that most of us need to learn. We may have achieved a lot, but you never know if it's here to stay. So those were the 5 rules for you guys. I hope I'm making sense to each one of you. Okay, now quickly, now these are even boring than the 5, but I discussed, but I'll quickly run through this. So this is what I always follow. Kap cheshta bako dhyanam shwan nidra tatatvacha alpahari grihatyagi vidyarthi 5 lakshanam. Now, who's a vidyarthi? Who's a vidyarthi, guys? Student. Well, vidya knowledge, arthi means someone who's seeking. So vidyarthi means someone who's seeking knowledge. And standing on this side of the dais, I'm as much a student as you are. That's a different thing. I also look as young as all of you. But even otherwise, the deal is I consider myself as a student. So what are the 5 crucial lessons every student should know? Number 1, Kap Cheshtha. That means the efforts of a crow. While growing up, we've all listened to stories of how a crow was very, very thirsty. It saw a pitcher of water. There was water, but right at the bottom of the pitcher. So the crow kept putting pebbles by pebbles by pebbles till the water reached the rim of the pitcher and the crow could actually sip the water. That means effort. The one formula, guys, that never ceases to fail is hard work. Yes, there is something beyond all the effort that you put, which is the divinity or somewhere the divine works. I'm a great believer of spirituality, but luck has a very bad habit of favoring those who work for it. So believe me, yahan baithe baithe kuch nahi hoga. You really, really need to put in the effort. Now, obviously, there's a lot of debate between working hard and working smart. That's something I'm not getting into, but yes, the efforts of a crow. Bako dhyanam means, bako means the crane, dhyanam means the focus, the intense focus of a crane. Have you ever seen a crane waiting with intense focus for its food? Any one of you standing on one leg? Many of you. So it lets the small fish pass away and it waits for the big fish to come and then it leaps on the food, satiated its hunger. So the intense focus, you know, as a parent to a 7-year-old or even as an individual, what I realize is that there is so much available that you always tend to deviate and digress. As a parent, when I hear mothers say that my child is pursuing horse riding, tennis, badminton, golf, lawn tennis, and cricket, believe me, there are parents who make their children pursue these 6 classes, one single child. So that is where I believe the focus comes. This I'm speaking from the perspective of a parent. But let's, not that you have to pursue 5 things. I'm a great believer of specialization. कि आप जो भी करो, एक चीज को करो and give your 100% to that. So for you, if you're pursuing chartered accountancy, many of you must be pursuing by the side company secretaryship. Some may be also pursuing courses in law. I would say early on, understand what you want to do with your life. Having many degrees, I don't know, does it help? And also, you know, as chartered accountants, after qualifying, कोई नहीं पूछता है that आपने 5 में qualify किया या 4 में किया या 2 में किया. So that is something, as long as you have your focus, believe me, life will be a smooth journey. Shwan Nidra Tatatvacha. Shwan Nidra, have you ever noticed a dog sleeping? How many of you have pets? So if you move around a dog who is sleeping, will it still be sleeping or will it be alert and get up? Yeah. So likewise, the power of observing. So while you are here, there is so much around. It's very, very important that you are agile and observant. And that is one single thing. You know, I notice so many stalwarts in the industry. As a chartered accountant who's been more than 15 years now into practice, I still see how is this person sitting? What is he wearing? How is he deliberating? The other day I was at Guwahati addressing a vibrant batch of young students like you at ICAI, and the speaker before me, oh God, what a ravishing speaker, much like today. So I always notice what is it that I can imbibe from this person. While you have your journey, it's no harm in observing and taking the best which you feel can help you in your journey. Alpahari Grihatyagi. Alpahari essentially means someone who eats less. I'm not asking you to eat less, but feed your system only that which is required. Food is for your soul. What you hear is food for your ears. What you see is food for your eyes. You will find a lot of negativity around. Someone fails in a maths exam or maybe costing "Arey, ye kaise hoga? I don't think so, you'll manage." You know, I'll give you a very simple thing. In the last World Championship, a lot of articles were published on the print media. And this time around, a lot of articles are published about me on the digital media. But my mom used to call me every time in the morning, "Aaj to paper mein nahi aaya." You know, I'm opening the Times of India, but I don't see you. So while from the perspective of a mother, she was concerned, she wanted a daughter on the papers, but I realized that if I pay much heed to it, probably, you know, I'll let certain amount of negativity seep in me. And that's when, you know, I detracted from that and no further conversations. So Alpahari means feed your system only that much which you feel will help you in your journey and not otherwise. Grihatyagi is someone who leaves his house. Well, we all know our ancient culture goes, Sri Ram left his house to seek knowledge outside Ayodhya to the Gurukul. I'm not asking you to do that because anyway, chartered accountancy is a long distance course. You possibly can't go to a college to pursue chartered accountancy, but come out of your comfort zone. Believe me, I did that, and that's the reason why I'm standing here today. There was a time when if you talk about the top 3 indirect tax consultants in the eastern part of the country, I would be very proud to be in that list. Today, I know there are 30 there, much better than me. And that's ever since the GST came in, there were more people who came in. So you have to always come out of your comfort zone, keep working on yourself, and believe me, change is the only constant. So that is the 5 qualities that every student must have, and I believe we are students for life. So fast forward, now a little about me. Much has been said. These are pictures from the World Championship, Uzbekistan, France, so on and so forth. All the, you know, the print media my mother was talking about. So this is what I wanted to share. Now, the deal is when you see that, you know, these are not Photoshop, and this is more than often the condition of my hands. So the deal is the Kaak Cheshta that we spoke about, that means the efforts of a crow. It's always an unending journey. You know, people sirf aapka upar dekhte hain ki aapne kya kiya hai, but you have to understand what that person has gone through to be here. And whether that person is deserving of all this reception, this warmth and this love. And if yes, and if you want to imbibe any one thing from the journey, you have to understand, you have to put in the efforts as much, if not more, that person put in his or her journey. This brings me to the 4 wheels of life, and probably I'm at the fag end of my deliberation. You know, much like a 4-wheel car, moves on 4 tires, what would happen if any one of the tires was flat? Would the car move ahead? No. So I realized that even I have my life, and the car, the life car of mine moves on 4 wheels. My professional life, family life, social life, and personal life. I qualified in 2005, as I said, got the chance to be interacting with the best brains in the country, more than often being the only woman in tribunals. And obviously, you know, I worked for it, but professional life was well taken care of. Family life, I'm a very, very proud mother. My parents are extremely proud of me, and my husband says he's a proud husband. So I'm assuming the family life also is well taken care of. Social life is something I'm still working on. Many people say I don't have many friends, but actually managing the other 3 wheels of life, that is one wheel I still need to work on. But coming to my personal life, you know, for me, my turning point in life came in 2015 when my son was born. Until then, I was a happy wife, a daughter, a chartered accountant. And then I became a mother. I realized I need my mojo. What is it that is intrinsically mine? Sometimes, or that one thing for which my phone would go on aeroplane mode other than when I'm traveling. And I found my love in the bells. I delivered my son in 2015. I had some postpartum weight. My husband insisted I lose the postpartum weight. I joined a club. I started lifting kettlebells just with the idea of fitness to lose those extra postpartum weight. And then I had to call it quits. Why? Pressures of a nuclear house. They say it takes a village to raise a child. In my case, I am the village. Then professional life, which is, You know, the GST Council now never lets us rest. The day I landed up, there were a string of notifications. So while I was also basking in the glory of my gold, I was also trying to understand what the GST Council is implying. So the professional life, I realized, was also there. But what is it that gives me my identity? So my coach called up on one sunny morning, this was 2016, and he said that I would like to come and coach you. I said, fair enough, Neki or Pooch Pooch, sir, let's give it a try. And since then, we started putting in every effort, every ounce of effort in my training. Believe me, till in 2016, I was pursuing it just with an idea of losing weight and nothing else. But the mentorship of my coach, which I'll speak briefly about, attained or helped me attain that little success that I have. The one thing that was also spoken about in my introduction was that if you are persistent, you will get it. And if you are consistent, you will keep it. I realized I will not give up this time, enough giving up in life, and I was at it. Hail, rain, storm. It's been so many years now. I have trained today morning. I wanted to reach before the session of Mr. Patodia. So I told my coach, sir, nothing doing. Let's give it a quick session. But I did not miss my training. So that is what gives me my joy. So while all of you may have it figured out that you're pursuing chartered accountancy, that will only be a part of your professional life. Your family life would be your parents, to some extent your girlfriends or boyfriends. Your social life is the extended family and friends you meet. But friends, in that journey, will remember, don't let go of that wheel of life, which is your personal life. Being a chartered accountancy student, getting a high paying job, job satisfaction, I come across so many young individuals. I said, hey, how's it going? Hey, I mean, it's okay, just another day. I said, but why? You've just qualified, new job here. No, I want to make an impact. I was like, yeah, you've just qualified, you've just got a job. Like, what really is this impact thing? So, I mean, you know, sometimes we are so carried away with everything that's happening around. So while it's okay to take care of your professional life, family life, and your social life, the one important wheel of life that most of us forget to focus on is our personal life. So do I have it from you that we go home and ponder what is it that you are going to do for your personal life? Can I have a yes in unison? Great. So those are the wheels of my life. No social life here because I'm still working on that part. And last. So आपने सोचा होगा मैम ने इतना ज्ञान दिया है, you know, but honestly speaking, I wanted to share everything that, you know, bits and pieces of things that have helped me in my journey. And the few things that have helped me attain the 4 wheels of life and everything that I've spoken about until now has been this, the 1 percentile rule. I believe that if you do something and do it so well, and if you are in the top 1 percentile of what you are doing, there is no way you will not achieve success. So when Telegraph did an article on me after my first world championship, you know, the editor, she gave me a full page coverage and I asked her that, you know, like, what got you talking? She said, many could have done it, but you were the one who did it. And like your chairman said, Shri Ravi Patwa, that believe me, I never know, 5 years hence, I may have someone from the audience giving me a tough competition in kettlebell lifting. So the 1 percentile rule, whatever you do, try and be in the top 1 percentile. Mentorship. You know, this is one thing that I got very late in life, maybe while I was 33, 35. But I always feel that you make a living by what you get and you make a life by what you give. Believe me, this is what mentors do. You know, they help you see a higher side of you, which you probably do not see. And that is what my mentor did for me. If you don't have a mentor yet, I would say across any age, any caste, any gender, you need a mentor. And that mentor shows you the way. And all you need to do, put horses blinkers on and follow that path. So that is one thing I'd say, please get yourself a mentor. Being consistent and persistent, I've already spoken about that. Sculpting life with a sense of discipline. You see, let me relate a small anecdote to you. There was once a conversation happening between a marble statue and a marble tile on the floor. It was a conversation which is happening in an Italian museum. So the marble statue told the slab told the statue that, hey, why is it that everyone who comes is in awe of your beauty. They talk about you, they praise you, they have so much to speak about you. But when it comes to me, all they are doing is stamping on me and moving ahead. So the statue said, but are we not from the same cave? The guy said, yes. You know, the tile said, yes, we are pretty much from the same cave. But then why this distinction? Then the statue said that while the sculptor was trying to use his tools on both of us, you were the one who resisted, and I was the one who allowed him to work on me. In my story, friends, I chose to be the statue. You need to decide what you need to do. And discipline, obviously, much has been spoken. I would just say one thing, you know, Warren Buffett once said, you need not be more remarkable than the others. You need not be more remarkable than the others. You just need to be more disciplined than the others. When you are disciplined, it helps you get a certain mastery on your thoughts. And that mastery on your thoughts helps you achieve whatever you desire in life. I agree that there is something beyond effort, which is the divine touch. And I'm sure if you're working towards it, you know, even the universe conspires to make things happen for you. So one thing is discipline. And prioritizing is something I'd like to speak about. Many people ask me, how do you get the time? In fact, while I was sitting here, some students asked me, ma'am, you're a mother, you're a chartered accountant, you're also an athlete. How do you get the time? And I always have one thing to say. It's never about having time. It's always about making time. So if you have it on your priorities, you will definitely find the time to do it. Always remember, you don't have to prioritize your schedule. Schedule your priorities. You understand this is what I need to do, and then you devote your time, your passion, all your energy in managing that one to-do list you have. Start it by the hour, then by the day, then by the week, then by the month, and you'll see the magic unfold. Believe me, it really helps. And the art of decluttering, which is that there is so much, you know, I'm renovating my office. I was in conversation with my colleague. I said, we need to buy a Daikin AC versus an LG AC. I get back home and my Facebook is showing me ads of Daikin AC. You know, everyone around you is selling, and we are the millennials. And I'm assuming all of us have a certain level of integrity, understanding. But what is important is to declutter your life. Decluttering is basically a Japanese art where you start cleansing up. You do not clean up by items, you start cleaning up by categories. You start cleaning up maybe your desktop. How many of you have more than 10 folders on your desktop? Believe me, you need to apply decluttering. So you start with your room, you start with your cupboard, and when you apply this perspective to life, you see how life changes. So that is very, very important, that you need to understand what you need to keep and what you need to let go. And last but not the least, know yourself. And this brings me back again to the personal wheel of life. I am here standing today under the spotlight, basking in the glory of my success. Why? Because I chose that I need to do what I need to do. I discovered the kettlebells happened to me very organically, yes, but then I chose to, you know, put in every ounce of effort and discipline that I can. Believe me, it wasn't easy, but as they say, it was always worth it, because lifting bell does not pay me. I get my bread, my butter, and my jam from my chartered accountancy practice. That helps me pursue my love for kettlebells. And once you're passionate about something, do it so well. Do it so well that you never know, this side of the dais. And just ending with the last few lines of Sri Harivansh Rai Bachchan, that anyone who knows it, लहरों से डरकर नौका पार नहीं होती, कोशिश करने वालों की नहीं होती. Jai Hind. Thank you so much for having me over. I'm truly, truly overwhelmed. I don't know. I mean, this will stay with me forever. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, Dibayan ji, Ravi ji, the entire team of ICASA for making this possible. Thank you for thinking I was worthy enough to do justice to this great platform. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for the brilliant session. Now I would like Miss Pragya Parimita Panda, MCM ICASA, to come and give vote of thanks. Good afternoon, all of you. I, Pragya Paramita Panda, committee members of ICASA, ऐसा कहते हैं कि कोशिश जारी रखो, जरूर सफल तेरा काम होगा, तू बस धैर्य बांधे रख, शिखर पर तेरा नाम होगा. This line can immaculately personify the lady of the day present here. Further, I would like to thank CA Shivani Shah ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for honoring us with your gracious presence. Secondly, I would also like to thank CA Ravi Patwa sir, Chairman of EIRC, ICAI, for sharing his valuable insight and inspiring wisdom with our beloved students. Last but not the least, I would love to thank the students of our CA fraternity for attending this national conference, striving for their better future. I thank you all. Thank you. Now we have 2 quiz questions for you guys. The first question is, who has recently won the title of Femina Miss India 2022?
Yes, yes,
Wow,
the person in
yes.
blue shirt.
Yes, can you please come
Yeah,
up?
please, can you please tell your name and please come up to the stage? Yeah,
That
please
was
come in
fast.
front. And the next question, who became the first captain to win 13 consecutive T20 matches? Sabko milega, sabko. Wow, nice. But there's no specific person to win this. So
I
will-
think that guy raised his hand first.
Okay, sure. The one with the, yeah, please come
Yeah.
across. With him?
I say he's a little, yes.
Yes,
Yes, we are
yeah,
asking you to come.
घबराहट में मत रहो भैया. Yes, so to felicitate them with the gift, okay, may I please request CA Shivani Shah ma'am to please award them the gift for answering the correct to my question. Guys, round of applause please. याद रहते हुए सबको भूल जाते हैं. Thank you so much, ma'am, for doing the honors. And I have some good news for you guys sitting in the audience. So once you complete the day, that is today, you will all get participation certificate, but that is again provided you stay till the end. So please stay put till the end. And apart from the certificate, which is definitely important, you guys also get a gift from Monexo. So guys, are you excited? Nice. चलो आधा excitement आया, but I will take that. And in case by any chance किसी को certificate नहीं मिलता है, which is again a very rare case, but in case you don't get it, please get in touch with this contact number right on your screen, 033 302 11133, and or the mail ID that is ikasaevents@icai.in. Ladies and gentlemen, now please let's break for lunch. We'll come back shortly with the technical session. Thank you, everyone. Okay, guys, that's like a way to introduce and maybe help you guys not to sleep after lunch. By the way, lunch कैसा था? सब लोग सो गए ना? Lunch कैसा था? बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया. So, with that, since your stomach is now full, let's fill your mind with some more crazy, mind-boggling information. And for that, may we please call on stage Sheikh Saddam Hussein, MCM ICASA. Then followed by the paper presenters for this time, for this session. That's on audit and information technology. May I please welcome on stage Ms. Astha Kapoor, Mr. Pramit Roy, Ms. Sia Makkar, Mr. Sahil Sunawat, Ms. Srishti Roy, and then our esteemed dignitaries, CA Vishnu K. Tulsian Sir, Treasurer EIRC. Guys, a huge round of applause. You know the drill by now. And CA Sanjay Kumar Agarwal Sir, Session Chairman and Council Member, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Guys, तालियां बजते रहना चाहिए.
CA Sanjay Agarwal sir is a senior partner at MS Agarwal Sanjay and Associates. He is a Central Council member of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. A man of professional wisdom, vision, and strong technical skills, he has led the cause of profession by heading various committees like Public Relations Committee, International Taxation Committee, Research Committee, and Taxation Audits Quality Review Board. May I please call CA Vishnu Tulsian Sir, Treasurer EIRC, to felicitate CA Sanjay Agarwal Sir.
Guys, round of applause for both of them. Veteran in the fields.
May I please call the chairman of the session, CA Sanjay Agarwal Sir, to please put his introductory remarks.
Very good afternoon, Kolkata. Today, I'm glad that in this student conference, an opportunity of attending. My brother in the council, Sushil Bhai, Ranjit Bhai in absentia, and few of the council members, those who have come here and have spent time with you people. I'm not here at all to take your valuable time of the young buddies speakers on the dais and those who have presented in the previous sessions yesterday and today. I'm not at all having much fan followingship in Kolkata, but Vishnu ji from the EIRC, Chairman Ravi Patwaji, I think he has gone into main head office. Then Sudham Sen ji, Astha ji, Parmit Roy, Sia, Sahil, Srishti, and organizer of this study conference over here. Let me tell you, friends, the Institute of Chartered Accountant in current year why we have brought this topic is very important. Now the time is there for technology, technology and technology. Everywhere, whether it is our main audit profession or anywhere, it is technology driven. And the topic which you have chosen, they are apt and they are as per the demand in the profession. People think that the human interference will no more remain in the currency. People are talking that in America, the robot computers are giving the answer for everything. But who feeds them? Who trains them? It is the human being. The experience, people give their feedbacks in the technology and then they depend upon the technology. The forensic, because in the audit profession, we are giving mostly true and fact. As you must have learned that auditor is not a bloodhound, but is a barking dog. But in forensic, the user, the stakeholder, they expect from us that we are bloodhound. And as such, the forensic is taking a new dimension, and when we become a forensic auditor, then we have greater responsibility. The artificial intelligence, the young buddies will explain you why it is required and why we should learn it. Let me tell you, I am 86 qualified. I completed 36 years just day before yesterday in the profession as a practicing chartered accountant. In my time, neither the accounting standard, auditing standard, computer, nothing was there. But today, if I wanted to live without it, I will not have any place in the society. So I have to adopt the technology. And a combination of young buddies and the seniors is going to rule this country, and we are going to have a very bright future. Not taking much of the time, I will like to listen the young buddies over here and then would like to say something. So with this, all the best to everyone. And one thing I wanted to say, when I have spoken for the first time after qualification, though I used to be a good speaker in the college, but the first time when I came before the members, I was shivering like anything. So it is important that what gesture you people are giving to them, what expression, what reactions you are giving to them. But please note that they have come here, they have this much courage that they are before you, and as such, whether they are doing it very, very good or average, we must give them compliments because they have courage amongst you. Today we have 100,000 students over here, but these 5, 10, 15, you can say young buddies have come here and they are, you can say, taking the courage to present before you. Please give them support with this. Thank you very much.
Sir, those words were truly encouraging. And now may I please call upon stage CA Vishnu Kumar Tulsian sir, Treasurer EIRC, for his welcome address. Sir, we are looking forward.
गुड आफ्टरनून. खाना ज्यादा खा लिया क्या? गुड आफ्टरनून. Yes, because we are preparing for the unforeseen. So we have to prepare for the unseen also. Friends, this is the era of artificial intelligence, where a lot of traditional thing is taking fresh shape, new shape, and we have to prepare for that. We have the brilliant speakers here who will present their concept, their research before all of you. And of course, Sanjay sir is there to give his final comments on that. It is my first year of advocacy in the council, as you do in the 3 years in your principles. And what I learned from here, that this institute ICAI is very flexible, dynamic, and very innovative. At these junctures, when the life is changing very fast, our profession is also changing very fast. So we have this particular subject before all of you. I have to, in the capacity of Chairman, Library Committee of EIRC, I want to say all the students, I want to appeal all the students that there's a facility of taking the membership of the library at 1,000 rupees. This runs up to 3 years without any further cost, and whatever books you want for the study or for the research matters, you can also borrow from the institute library for 14 days. So those who has not yet registered, if they want to get registered, please register. कोई भी दिक्कत हो, आप हमें contact करें, हमारे सारे council member connect करें. They are for you. You are the future of the India. You are the future of ICAI. Thank you so much for that. आप लोग से एक word चाहूंगा जो मेरे साथ में आप लोग kindly करें, जो हरिवंश राय बच्चन जी का है. कोशिश करने वालों की कभी लहरों से डरकर नौका, मन का विश्वास रगों में, यस, चढ़कर गिरना, गिरकर चढ़ना कभी ना करता है, बिना कुछ किए जय जयकार नहीं होती. थैंक यू सो मच. थैंक यू सो मच.
Thank you so much, sir. I think we try until we fail. That's the mantra. Okay, now before I call upon the paper presenters, just a few ground rules. So you guys will be allotted 15 minutes of time, out of which the first warning bell will ring after the passage of 10 minutes, and the second and the final warning bell will ring exactly on the 15 minutes time slot. So please plan your speech accordingly. That being said, may I please call upon the first paper presenter for the afternoon, Ms. Asta Kapoor, to enlighten us on shifting focus from traditional audit to forensic audit. Guys, a huge round of applause, please.
There is a famous saying by father of our nation, Gandhiji, that on this planet there is enough for everyone's need, but not enough for everyone's greed, which is very much evident in today's economic world where white-collar crimes have been increasing tremendously. You all must have heard about Enron, Satyam scandal, Colgate scam, PNB fraud, and many more. With this, we land on my topic for the day, that is shifting focus from traditional audit to forensic audit. Sat Shri Akal and a very warm greetings to one and all present here. I am Asta Kapoor from Punjab and I am honored to be on this land where people are known for their love of literature and for their very sweet natures. The cultural capital of India, the city of joy, Kolkata. Friends, what comes in your mind after listening to the word forensic? Well, in my case, I get the flashbacks of CID and our very own Dr. Salukhe. And I'm quite sure that many of the CA students present here must have binge watched this show during their school days. Well, I too loved it. We have seen Dr. Salukhe investigating all evidences in order to resolve the case under investigation and to put the culprits behind the bar. So, basically, forensic means suitable for use in the court of law. Now, the question arises, what is forensic auditing? Well, it is amalgamation of accounting, auditing, and the hero of the show, investigation skills, with view to obtain results to withstand legal security and administrative proceedings against the person who has committed the fraud. Well, do you guys know what thing can be used to obtain results and to withstand legal security in the court of law? It is an evidence. So, forensic audit is detailed analysis of the financial information of an entity that can be used to support in the court of the law. But it's not only about the practical knowledge of accounting, law, or auditing. Rather, one must also understand the human psychology and human behavior so as they will be able to see the bigger picture. Now the question is, what is the need of forensic audit? Well, the answer is Amar, Akbar, and Anthony. These are the brand ambassadors of all the biggest corporate scandals of our country and the biggest nightmare of the Indian banking system. Now, what is the need of forensic audit? Do you guys know? According to KPMG's latest fraud survey report, only 6% of the frauds can be detected through financial audits and remaining 94% remained undetected. It is a horrifying number, guys. This happens because we usually miss out the things which we are not looking for. Another global survey report also states that India is ranked 86th corrupt nation out of 180 countries of the world, which is very much evident during the past few decades when the economic crimes keeps on flourishing in our country. Some examples are the Satyam scandal, the Kingfisher scam, and the latest and the biggest one is the ABG shipyard fraud case. But the original and the one that gave birth and made us realize the importance of forensic audit was the Satyam scandal. It had shaken the country and it was one of its own kind. And we all are CA students here. This case study runs in our blood. We all are very much aware because we have listened to it about like n number of times. And we all are aware about the facts that how fake invoices were generated, receivables were inflated, fake FD and bank receipts were printed, and the operating profits were artificially inflated from rupees 61 crore to a whopping amount of rupees 649 crores. Now, let's turn towards the other side of the coin, that is our very own financial audit. We all have the definition by heart, which is mentioned in the essay number 200, that audit is an independent examination of financial information of an entity with the view whether profit oriented or not, irrespective of its size or legal form, with the view to express an opinion thereon. It is very well said that traditional auditors look at the numbers, whereas forensic auditors looks behind the numbers. The main objective of traditional audit is to determine true and fair presentation of financial statements and to represent and to give an opinion. But the forensic auditors need to collect evidences and should be able to detect frauds and should also give recommendations on how to prevent them. There is no time limit period for forensic auditors. The data is completely depends upon that we need to examine is completely depends upon your nature of investigation and your objective. But traditional audits have a specified time period, that is every financial year. In the adverse case scenarios, all the traditional auditor can do is to give a negative opinion or a qualified opinion, whereas the forensic auditors needs to find the answers to the questions how, what, why, when, and then give the recommendations also. It is said that the auditor is a watchdog, but not a bloodhound. But what about forensic auditors? As immediate past president of ICAI had quoted that forensic auditors are neither a watchdog or a bloodhound, but they are sniffer dogs. They have to sniff out the frauds and financial wrongdoings that are happening around them. Guys, let me tell you an interesting fact. Do you know what is common between Sherlock Holmes and forensic audit? Well, they both are detectives. They both look at the clues, find evidences so as to catch the criminals and put them behind the bars. But real life criminals use guns and masks, whereas real life criminals use mouse and keypad. So how to catch these sharp-minded criminals who do these white-collar crimes? There are various methods to do that. Some are conventional methods which are used on a daily basis and are well known by everybody. You all must be familiar with data analysis, the tools we use like Excel, VBA, Power BI, and many more. And the analytical procedures, inspection, interview, external confirmation, we use it on daily basis in our traditional audits. But when the auditor needs to catch those criminals, those sharp-minded people, they have to think out of the box, for which they must adapt unconventional methods like Tiger Team test, Benford's law, barium test, and many more. So we'll discuss about some of them today. The first one is Tiger Team test. Tiger Team tests are basically to check vulnerabilities of our own internal controls. हम अपने internal controls ही जानकर तोड़ने की कोशिश करते हैं ताकि हम जान पाए वो कितने strong हैं. And they are suitable for inventory verification, payroll disbursement, and etc. Then there comes a very interesting Benford's theorem. We CA students and CAs usually see data in huge numerical form. So how can we interpret from that numerical data only that there is a fraud happening or not? For this, Benford's law is used. Basically, we have a journal conception that the probability of starting off a number with a specific digit, that is 0 to 9, is similar, that is 1 by 9. That any number can be started from any digit. We generally assume that the probability is equal. But the Benford's law disagree with that conception. It states that the chances of starting off a number with a smaller digit are higher, and they keep on decreasing with the increase in number that you can see in the second slide, the Benford's law chart. So how can we use it in forensic audit? Well, we can analyze the data and prepare a chart, a pie chart or a bar graph, which will tell us that how many numbers are starting from which digit. In my example, we can analyze that the numbers starting from the digit 7 are more than usual. This means this smells of fraud. There is something suspicious, and we must see the data and investigate all the data that is starting from the digit 7. Next, we move towards Birbal tricks. We all have heard about the Akbar and Birbal stories in our childhood, and we are familiar with the style of Birbal, that how he used to frame traps and catch the thieves red-handed. Sometimes all conventional and other methods fail to catch the criminals. Then the auditor must be creative and should set up traps in order to catch the criminal. In that cases, Birbal tricks are used. The next is inverse logic. Inverse logic is elimination of the least possible chances or the least possible reason, so that our area of investigation narrows down. As we have discussed earlier, that forensic audit is a growing field and is a new child in the block. So there is a lot of chaos and confusion in it. And with lack of set of rules and regulations, people find it difficult to what to adapt and what not to. For this, our institute has taken a step, and please guys give a huge round of applause to ICAI, as it is world's first accounting body who has framed financial audit and investigation standards. So with this, I like to conclude that as forensic audit is a new child in the block, there are still work needs to be done in it. But our traditional audit will not go anywhere. It is like Amitabh Bachchan, the evergreen superstar, whereas forensic audit is new age superstar, that is Vicky Kaushal. The future is already here, guys. We just need to adapt it. Thank you for being such a wonderful audience, and have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you, Astha, for enlightening us on a rather new topic. So now may I please call on stage Mr. Pramit Roy, who will enlighten us on technology and audit, enabler or disabler. Pramit, the stage is all yours.
Imagine you wake up one fine morning with a cup of coffee and a morning newspaper. And the first thing which comes to your attention or mind is AI to replace auditors. Welcome to a new world of a technology-driven auditing. Sounds scary, right? Technology has changed the dynamics of business and data management. There has been an increasing focus on data management. Know your data is a new buzzword replacing know your client. Blockchain, AI, and data analytics are going to be the game changers in the field of accounting and auditing profession. A very good evening to all my respected dignitaries, members of the jury, and my fellow professionals. I, Promit Roy, is here before you to speak on the topic, technology in audit, enabler or disabler. I hope I don't give you the opportunity to yawn in the next 10 to 15 minutes. So let's get rolling. So let's get rolling. AI. So for better understanding of my topic, I have divided my presentation into two parts. For better understanding of my topic, I have divided my presentation into two parts. Number one, the technologies. And number two, is really AI or technology going to replace auditors on how to tackle the situations? Well, I have the answer to this. So the first question that arises is evolution of technology going to be an end game for CAs? CAs and auditors be like, hum kya kare? Job chhod de fir? Well, I have an answer. AI and advanced technology has been in the business in different fields like medical and engineering. MRI, X-ray, and other technologies which has been built by AI are already there in these professions. But does that mean we are doctors? Well, the answer is very clear to you. We have seen the pandemic situation as well as the current situation. We all need doctors. And same is for the auditing or accounting or, well, I must say CA profession. अरे हर साल 12 से 14,000 CA qualify करते हैं यार, कैसे नहीं होगा हम लोगों का demand? Well, CAs are not only the calculators of a company, they have many other broad domains of work. So the first technology which I'm going to talk about is AI. And the second one is blockchain. Third, data analytics. And the fourth one is cloud computing. So my first technology is artificial intelligence or कृत्रिम होशियारी. So what is this AI? अरे अच्छे से समझाओ यार. Wait. I'll make you understand. So AI works on a preloaded coding. Let me give an example. We have all heard about Tesla manufacturing automatic cars, right? So these cars actually work on a preloaded coding. Let me give you an example. We have signal posts in our streets. Suppose you are driving on a street in India and you see a malfunctioning post there where both the green and the red light blink simultaneously. We, with our human interpretation, will know that whether we should stop or move forward. But AI doesn't work without any preloaded coding. So AI at that point of time doesn't know whether to move forward or to stop. But we, with our human interpretation, we can move forward. Another technology which I'm going to talk about is blockchain. But before that, I must say that there is another side of the coin where AI is going to bring a huge importance in the field of accounting profession. Earlier, data used to get doubled in around 1500 years. But with AI on the move, data is getting doubled every day. Just think about it. Data is getting doubled every day. So how much data is generated every day? Huge number, right? The second technology which I'm going to talk about is blockchain. Okay, now what is blockchain? Blockchain is basically a database which is also known as a diversified database, which is going to bring an evolution in the field of accounting and auditing profession. When a user stores some data, it forms a chain and it creates an encrypted version of the chain version. So when we are storing any data, it makes it very difficult for any outsider to tamper it. And even if he or she is trying to tamper that data, the user will get the notification, or he or she will get notified that, okay, someone is trying to tamper my data. So with this importance, or with this safety in your audit, it's going to play a huge role. Just think about the audit safety you're going to get. Your data will be much more secured. Third one is data analytics. Data analytics will play a huge role. The audit bots, which will help in future audit, these will be backed by advanced data analytics, which will help in predicting the changes in economic trends. The third I've completed. Now the fourth one, I must say, is the cloud computing. Have you all heard about cloud accounting softwares? Yes or no? Yes. So a few cloud accounting softwares like Zoho Books and QuickBooks, these are going to be the new accounting tools for us. So there's a feature in these softwares known as audit trail. This helps us in identifying any unauthorized access or any unauthorized tamperation of data. So just think, what effect will it bring if you tamper such data without any authorized access? So these four technologies are going to bring a huge effect. These four technologies have re-enabled us, or the auditors, to provide quality as well as effective audit work. Also to build a better program management around our audit, and to provide and to build a strong relationship with our client. Another thing which is very important, does this appearance of data, or this evolution of technology going to being an endgame for CAs? Well, now this is the second question which I'm going to raise. Is human interpretation or human evolution going to dissolve? But uske pehle aap logo ko ek sawari pe le chalte hain. Future audit, or how will audit look like in future? Suppose this is 2030, and we are doing an audit. So there are 3 steps. But the first, which will be the most important thing, is there will be audit bots or AI bots. Audit bots will be backed by advanced technology like AI, blockchain, and data analytics. These will automatically take data from the client software and deliver it to our audit software, which will help us in generating exception reports. I will introduce to all the steps which are going to bring evolution in the future. The first step is planning materiality. What is this actually? There will be audit bots which will generate, they have the capacity to generate some information, the planning materiality. And for that, we just have to give some inputs, and the rest will be taken care by them. The second technology, or the second step, I must say, is testing controls. Well, this is a step which is going to be totally done by the audit bots. There will be no human intervention, only at one level, which is the entity level controls. This will help us in identifying any suspicious activity or any changes in the or alteration in the controls. It will also help us in identifying the changes in controls, and also predict the changes in economic trends. The last and the final step is the final audit. Suppose we are going for a stock audit or inventory reconciliation. Well, we all know that it's a huge task, or it takes lots of hours. So how can we simplify that? Well, with the help of this technology, there will be drones who will be doing this inventory reconciliation. And now those reports will be generated to the audit softwares through some important technologies like AI. And then these will help us in generating exception reports, where they will find any kind of specific or significant variations from the expectations. This is going to be a huge revolution. So now comes the second question. Is human intervention going to disappear? How can we face the challenge, or how can we face the situation? Well, I must say, some jobs are going to be gone. Some manual jobs are going to be lost. But how can we prepare? Only one mantra is there. Constant change is the key to success. As professionals, we can't let go, or we can't just stop somewhere. We have to evolve. Charles Darwin has said evolution is the only key. We have to evolve, we have to adapt. So we have to adapt to the new technologies. Technology is not our enemy. Technology, we can, with the help of the right brains, human brains, and the right mixture of technology, we can bring something huge, which we right now can't imagine. And right now, AI is not a future thing, or blockchain is not a future thing. It's happening right now, So how can we adapt to those changes? Well, as a professional, you have to adapt to the new technologies, AI, blockchain, and data analytics. The cloud computing tools like QuickBooks and Zoho, we have to get accustomed to them. Another thing, how many of you are movie lover here? I hope everyone is. So I think everyone has seen the movie called Spider-Man 2, where Dr. Otto Octavius has built a machine, a 4-armed machine, which he wanted to control. Actually, he had a chip which will control the 4 arms. But due to some mishap, he eventually gets being controlled by them. So we have to keep in mind that we are not going to be Dr. Otto Octavius. We have to control. We have to be the controller of the technology, not being controlled by them. So another thing, which is very important, is we need to control the technologies. We are the designers. We are not going to be any robots, or we are not going to be the dolls which will be operated by the technology. We have to control them. We have to operate them. So I will discuss about 3. You can see that in my PPT, I will design, discuss, and then decide. What is design? We are going to design the technology, or we are going to give the inputs. How should the audits be controlled, or how should the audits be done? How the audit bots should actually be doing the audit. The second is discuss. We, with our human interpretation and human brain, God has given us this lovely brain, to think out of the box. We have the power in our hand to discuss with everyone, with the other auditors, how to tackle this situation. The third is decide. You have to decide whether the decisions taken by the audit bots is right or not. Yes. Another thing, with the help of this technology, there are going to be a huge evolution. How? This is the big question. Well, machine learning is going to code the accounting entries. Number 2, there will be an improved fraud detection. And earlier, we used to do data science, but for us, it was not possible for all the humans to do full sampling of data. But with the help of these advanced technologies, we can actually do the full population of, we can do the analysis of full population of data. And the last but not the least is analysis of this whole population of data within less time. So now I would just want to say one thing, that as professionals, we have to evolve. Technology is not our enemy. And with everything comes with an advantage as well as disadvantage. Yes, I agree that there are some disadvantages, like many jobs are going to get lost, or it will get removed. But as humans, we have that interpretation power. We can adapt. And now I just want to conclude with one quote of the day. Change is the only constant in life. One's ability to adapt to those changes will determine your success in life. As professionals, we have to evolve. And this quote of the day, with this quote of the day, I'm going to conclude my topic. Thank you so much. Thank you for being such a lovely audience.
Thank you so much, Mr. Parmit Roy. Now, may I please call upon Mr. Sahil Sonawat, who will be talking on blockchain, the future of accountancy profession.
Check. Check. Thank you. Start. पूरा नहीं आएगा क्या?
पूरा नहीं आएगा स्क्रीन पे, ऊपर नीचे काला क्यों है? प्ले कर दीजिए, प्ले कर दीजिए।
Check, check.
How many of you love chocolate cake? Raise your hands. All. Wow. Just imagine you are sitting at Flurry Bakery enjoying your delicious chocolate cake. Have you ever thought the number of transactions it takes for that chocolate cake to reach to your table? Have you ever thought that? No? When you pay for the chocolate cake, that is the final transaction. But before that, the restaurant gets all the ingredients from their suppliers, debit and credit. The suppliers in turn procure all of these things from a farmer, another, debit and credit. Let's just take one ingredient, eggs. The suppliers get these eggs from a farmer, but the farmer also have his own chain of transactions, producing debits and credits. So the whole distribution channel has infinite number of transactions all together. Now imagine one single error, chaos. Every single partner in the distribution channel uses a distinct accounting software to record the transaction and keep track of the payments. So there are multiple accounting softwares used in the distribution channel. And if there is error in once, there is duplication of work in the supply chain. Now imagine, this is a web of infinite transactions, and infinite transactions can cause infinite number of errors. And the companies have to spend billions and billions of dollars in reconciliation expenses and audit fees. That's just problem number one in our current setup. Number two, I have a surprise for all of you. There are 3 lucky people in this auditorium who have a cake box under their chairs. Look for it. There are 3 lucky people. Who is it? No one? What if I say everything that you and I own is not real, just like that imaginary cake box? It's just an entry on ledger. One entry in my ledger and a respective entry in the other party's ledger. Now imagine one of my chocolate suppliers for this chocolate cake is in all the way in Australia. Now, if I have to make payment to him, the money will not fly and go all the way till there. It's an entry on a ledger. One entry in my ledger and another entry in the respective ledger of my supplier in Australia. But the problem is, between my ledger and my supplier's ledger, there are a bunch of other ledgers. Ledgers of banks, financial institutions, money transferring institutions. And what they do is, they create friction, which means the money I send will be received by him after 3 or 4 days, plus the $100 sent. He will only receive $94 or $95. This is problem number 2. Now, every single transaction that you and I enter into in this current world, we place our trust on intermediaries like banks, social media company, And what happens is these are all centralized, which means they can be hacked. Our privacy can be undermined. And what I believe, to solve this problem, the greatest technological advancement has arrived. A peer-to-peer network wherein you and I can place trust all together. Blockchain. A vast distributed ledger spread across millions and millions of computers, which records all the transactions and verifies them at the same time. People often ask, what is the future of blockchain? Because it's the talk of the hour. I believe the future is blockchain. We live in an internet of information with these intermediaries, but blockchain promises to bring in internet of value, wherein every single asset, be it an intellectual property, be it your knowledge, be it your expertise, can be shared across the systems. It can be stored, it can be exchanged, it can be monitored. Now, blockchain is a very fancy concept, but it's as complex to understand. Let's crack it down. Imagine this cube as a block, which has three things. Number one, the data. Number two, the hash. Number three, the hash of the previous block. All of you, raise your thumb once. Raise your thumb. Now look at your thumb. There's a fingerprint there, right? Now look at the thumb of the person sitting next to you. Is it the same fingerprint? It's unique, right? So hash is a unique identity given to every single block. And the third part of this block is the hash of the previous block to provide it additional security. Now, every time a transaction happens, it gets added. So a new block is joined every single time to the existing blocks to create a blockchain. And every single block is immutably linked to the previous block, which means we can trace any transaction towards the history of that particular blockchain. This is a quite fancy technology, but why is it the talk of the hour? Why is it something that could revolutionize our industry altogether? Let's talk about that. Number one, blockchain is a technology which is owned not by a single institution, peer-to-peer. So it is spread across millions of computers. Let's imagine we all over here are part of one single blockchain, which means every data in it will be transparent to all the parties available here. And most importantly, consensus, which means there are three groups in this particular auditorium. Let's call them group A. Let's call them group B, and let's call them group C. Okay, group A, raise your hands once. Great. Group B, raise your hands. Group C, raise your hands. Every time I have to do a transaction, be it an addition, deletion, I require permission from all the participants of my blockchain, which makes it tamper-proof, which means a single block can take 10 days to hack, and a blockchain would almost take 200 years to hack. This is a very tamper-proof technology. And all of these things are done in an instantaneous manner, very quick. And talking about our profession, how many of you have heard of this thing called double entry accounting? Raise your hands. All of you, right? But what blockchain promises is this thing called triple entry, not Jethalal, triple entry accounting. It's quite tough to lie when everyone's watching. Right accounting followed by right auditing is a deterrent to remove fraud. Now imagine this honest person called Jethalal, very honest guy. He lends money to this not so honest person called Sundarlal. Now, Jethalal, being an honest person, passes the right entry in his books of account, 10,000. But Sundarlal ill-intends and just passes a credit of 100 rupees. Now, this ill intention would pass through audit as well, right? Right? But what blockchain specializes is this third entry, which is a receipt plus entry, and it is cryptographically sealed. So no matter what ill intention the party carries, the right integrity carried data is there on blockchain, which means frauds like Enron, which happened for $250 billion, would be stopped before happening. Now, remember back that chocolate cake. Where were our suppliers from? Which country? Australia, right? With the help of blockchain, we all come under the banner of a single universal ledger. Part A, Part B, Part C. Be it the banks, be it the financial institutions, or be it my suppliers in Australia. All of you are in one ledger, which means it is not the money transfer. It's just a single ledger entry from here to there. So now my supplier will receive complete $100 instantaneously. What revolutionized blockchain is this little concept called smart contracts. Have you all heard of contracts? Yes? From your foundation itself? Yes? Now, what are smart contracts? These are logic built into the contracts which gets executed instantly when the conditions are met. So let's say if I want to purchase a house, I don't need banks, I don't need agents. What I can do is I can put up my particular offer on blockchain platform. Once it's met, it will automatically get executed. The best part about this is my commission fee will be saved, and the authenticity of my flat, or be it the authenticity of a buyer, will all be on that one single blockchain. The last thing to talk about, improving integrity. How many of you are article assistants here? Raise your hands. Almost all of you. How many of you do or have done audit? Raise your hands. How is it? This technology plans to revolutionize the auditing industry from a reactive job to a proactive job. In our current setup, audit happens at the end of the year, right? Right? Blockchain promises a real-time audit, which means the audit will be done as soon as the transaction happens. The days of substantive testing would be gone, because the auditors will not have to audit a sample, but they can audit the whole population. This is revolutionary because all the data would be available on a blockchain ledger. So you'll not have to call your client and ask for balance sheet or external confirmation from third parties. All the data is on the blockchain ledger. But how does it affect normal people like you and me? The companies would save billions of dollars. Frauds would be less. The supply chain would be linked. Economy would be healthier. But how does it concern normal people like you and me? When the economy is healthier, the trend comes downwards to a normal consumer like you and me, which means we'll be able to get a cheaper chocolate. And most importantly, blockchain might not have been our yesterday. Blockchain might not be our today, but blockchain is going to be our tomorrow. The world we knew yesterday is not the one we're seeing today. The world is changing. The world is going to change. The question is, do you want to be the part of this change? Blockchain is what you define it to be. Blockchain is the change that you want to see. This is blockchain, and I am Sahil Sonawat. Good morning, everyone. And with blockchain, I hope every single morning that is to come remains good. Thank you so much. From Surat.
That thunderous applause from the crowd says it all. Sahil, you rock, definitely. Okay, before Before we move further, just a genuine announcement. Guys, I think the session is interesting, right? Right. So if the session is interesting, please, it's a humble request. Please switch off your mobile phones or keep it in silent mode inside your pocket, inside your bags, and please don't use it. I think that clearly doesn't amount to what we are doing here, right? We are trying to gain more knowledge through this platform, right? So it's a humble request from me, from all the team members of ICASA, and from all the council members. Please, it's a request. Shrishti?
May I please call upon next the paper presenter, Miss Sia Makkar, who will be presenting her paper on cryptos impacting the world economies.
Hello, namaste, and a very good afternoon, Kolkata. Respected panelists, and to all of you. I am Sia Makkar, working as a staff accountant in KPMG. In Mergers and Acquisition Department, I have secured All India Rank 37 in CA Foundation and All India Rank 35 in CA Intermediate Examinations. And today, I'll be presenting on the topic, cryptos impacting the world economies. But before hopping on to the topic, I'll start with what led to the need and rise of cryptocurrencies. We have fiat money in place, right? But the problem with fiat money is that it gives central bank greater control over the economy, as they have power to print as much money they can. And the government is consistently utilizing their power. As per the records of RBI, there has been an increase at the rate of 13% CAGR in the amount of circulation in the economy. To solve this problem, came in the concept of Bitcoin in 2009, a form of decentralized digital currency, whose value solely depends on the supply and demand of currency, and it uses cryptography to secure the transactions, which make it more trustworthy and immutable. Cryptocurrencies satisfy all the key attributes of a successful currency must have. First is scarcity. The supply of cryptocurrencies is limited. Second is divisibility. Cryptocurrencies are divisible up to 8 decimal points. Third is fungibility. You can easily exchange one cryptocurrency with another cryptocurrency. Fourth is transportability. You can easily transfer cryptocurrency from one wallet to another wallet. Fifth is durability. You cannot turn or burn out cryptocurrencies. And the last is counterfeitability. Have you ever heard of fake bitcoins coming into system? Thanks to this complicated blockchain ledger system, which makes it extremely difficult to counterfeit a cryptocurrency. However, one must note that there is a long-lasting debate on whether cryptocurrencies can be used as a currency or not. Cryptocurrencies have no asset backing. Its value is so volatile, how one can trust it? But I'll not enter into such a debate. I'm here to show you a bigger picture of how cryptocurrencies can positively impact and can improve the elements of the global economy. I think there is no doubt in the potential of the blockchain technology. And if you firmly believe in the potential of the blockchain technology, then you must and you have to appreciate the cryptocurrencies. Because cryptocurrencies are nothing but an incentive for using blockchain. Miners are rewarded in cryptocurrencies for mining a transaction and adding it to the blockchain. So with this in mind, let's move to the use cases of cryptocurrencies. As this money is nothing but a paper if the government do not support it. Similarly, blockchain gives cryptocurrencies the power. So I'll be explaining its use cases through its blockchain technology. Its first use case can be seen in the finance industry. The elimination of intermediaries. Since the cryptocurrencies are decentralized currency, you do not need now a central authority to approve your transactions. This has improved the cross-border transactions. Now we do not have to pay high commissions for transferring our money to cross borders. Since the currency is accepted globally, you can directly transfer it. The application of cryptocurrency with the application of Ethereum and the smart contracts, this has led to the generation of a whole new concept in the finance industry, and that is decentralized finance. Now you can invest in cryptocurrencies, earn interest through cryptocurrencies, you can stake your cryptocurrencies, and most importantly, you can borrow if you have an asset without going through thousands of formalities. Its next use case lies in metaverse. That is a potential to become a $1 trillion industry. Metaverse is nothing but a digital or a virtual world where you can do almost anything. You can have your home there, you can have your office, you can have your entertainment zone there with not you but your avatars enjoying everything. Avatars here is your digital identity. You can assume it to be your Bitmoji on the Snapchat. And you must note here that metaverse is a decentralized platform, and to perform any transaction on the metaverse, you need cryptocurrencies. Metaverse has the potential to bring a revolution. You can attend concerts in metaverse by wearing your favorite celebrity t-shirt, which will be available as an NFT, and you can purchase it using cryptos. And with the concept of virtual reality projects, you can even have a decentralized you can even have a space in the decentralized land where you can literally do anything. You can have your concerts there, you can rent there, you can market there, and you can have your business store there. Its next use case is in the gaming industry. The global gaming market in 2022 is worth $190 billion, and it has forecast to worth $257.96 billion by 2025. And with the concepts of metaverse, DeFi, and smart contracts, gaming experience can be taken to an altogether different level. You can earn real money by playing games. I'll give you an example of Axie Infinity, where the rewards earned there can be sold on a decentralized app named OpenSea. And now you can literally earn real money by playing games. The technology and application of Ethereum and smart contracts is so big that it's so big as internet that it can revolutionize the world. And it can give rise, and just like as an internet, it can give rise to the whole new generation of entrepreneurs. Blockchain technology has a vast space of innovation and growth. And since currency being used globally, it will enable small businessmen to serve global customers. Cryptocurrencies have a direct bearing on the job markets. With cryptocurrencies coming into picture, it has brought in a whole industry in itself, which is solely dedicated to supervising the crypto exchanges. And thus it has led to the increasing number of jobs in the blockchain industry. Beside all this, cryptocurrencies has the power to solve the global economic issues. Here I'll quote the example of Finland, which has contracted with a local startup Mona and has built a startup which has successfully solved the problem of refugee settlement across the globe, which even huge giant economies are not able to solve. Another pressing issue of the economy is microfinance. On one side of the world, we are at the pinnacle of our fintech revolution, and on the other side, there are nearly 1.7 billion people who do not have a bank account. And with cryptocurrencies, okay. Okay. Now I'll come up to the drawbacks of the cryptocurrencies. First is energy-intensive crypto mining. The value chain publication record shows that Bitcoin consumes 56 times less energy than the traditional banking industry, and it even consumes less energy than our domestic refrigerators. So with this many use cases of blockchain and cryptocurrencies, one cannot just ignore the cryptocurrencies. One just cannot ignore the cryptocurrencies because they are energy intensive. And second is no asset backing. I do understand that cryptocurrencies have no asset backing. But cryptocurrencies are an incentive for using blockchain. And if you believe in the potential of blockchain, then you then you have to accept the cryptocurrencies. And third is high gas fees and difficulty in general adoption. With the evolution in the blockchain technology, there are better solutions coming, which has reduced the gas fee to a significant level. With the layer 2 solutions, transaction gas fee has been reduced to a significant level. And about the difficulty in general adoption, internet was to a revolution when it was on its embryonic stage. But now it has changed the whole world, and the same capability blockchain holds. So with this, I remain thank you for being such a wonderful audience.
Thank you so much. May I please call upon next Ms. Srishti Roy, who will be presenting her paper on AI will replace audit.
Good afternoon, everyone. সবাই কেমন আছে? সব ভালো? Okay, so before starting off with my speech, I have a small question for you all. How many of you are doing their articleship in the domain of audit? Please raise your hands. Okay. Now, imagine in future, in your office, there is no article, no human resource. Everything is done by robots and automation. How will that be? Can it really happen? Will in future everything will be automated? What do you think? Yes or no? Okay, so let me further discuss with the topic. In the latest era of technological development and advancement taking place in audit, the role of artificial intelligence has been discussed and debated widely. My presentation picks up on that thread of knowledge and focuses on the big picture. Myself, Srishti Roy, and my presentation will evaluate the topic, will AI replace audit? First, let us discuss about what is artificial intelligence. Artificial intelligence is a field of computer science that emphasizes the development of intelligent and functional human machines. It makes easier for machines to learn added information, adapt to new tasks, and thereby perform and replicate human tasks. It was established way back in 1956, and today it has become an integral part of our healthcare, sports, manufacturing, and marketing industries. You know why? Because of increased algorithms, advanced data, and computer power development and maintenance. Can I get some examples of artificial intelligence that we use in our day-to-day activities? Anyone from the audience? Any example from the audience? Alexa and Siri, okay. Anything else? My slide is giving an example, is giving hints, except Alexa. Okay. So, as someone said, Alexa, whether it is Alexa, Siri, or Google Voice Assistants, they are one of the best examples of artificial intelligence. I, for example, start my day with a cup of coffee and ask Alexa to play some soothing music. Ironically, you can always ask Siri or Google Voice Assistant to explain what AI is. But first, listen to my explanation. Then we have Netflix, Spotify. These are another good examples of artificial intelligence. Their capability of understanding the preference of the consumer and thereby recommending and suggesting similar preferences are a unique quality. And they have made our lives so easier, especially during the pandemic. Google Maps also use artificial intelligence by combining satellite data and real-time live details. We have become so reliant on Google Maps for planning our journeys. We keep our fingers crossed that we get green signal except red or yellow. Now, most of us are CA students, so we know what audit is, right? But still, just as a refresher, audit is the examination, the independent examination of accounts of an entity, whereby an auditor gives a reasonable assurance that the financial statements are depicting true and fair view and are free from material misstatements. When an auditor is giving an opinion on the financial statements, he is maintaining professional skepticism and using his professional judgment. Professional skepticism and objectivity both are crucial to arrive at a proper conclusion and to make an appropriate conclusion. The key responsibilities of an auditor include reviewing of systems and procedures, checking of the calculations, verifying and verification of the data, information, reviewing the assertions given in the financial statements, etc. In this slide, I have briefly explained the auditing process, whereby we do the planning, then we do the field work, the draft report is prepared, we make observations, then we demand response from the management, and finally the final report is prepared. Now, artificial technology will support auditors to perform many of the above tasks that I have mentioned above because of Can I continue? So artificial intelligence technology will enable the auditor to complete many of the above tasks because of the advanced technology and analysis. It will enable the auditor to perform the routine tasks, which will increase the speed, reduce cost, and improve the overall quality. The probable applications of AI in audit are gathering reliable and appropriate audit evidence, detection of misstatements and other material frauds, risk assessment and management, improving speed and procedures in the audit process by quality, review and reporting, fast and effective audit delivery by identifying previously unseen patterns, improving continuous monitoring and alert system, improving audit opinion based on auditing the entire population rather than sampling it. Machine learning. Machine learning can be used to automatically encrypt entries, while in depth, AI learning can analyze random data like email, social media, conference call to detect fraud. Auditors can now focus more on quality improvement by examining advanced statistics, spending more time providing insight and applying better professional judgment. Now coming to the practical applications of AI in audit, First one being contract review. The time taken to review the contracts can significantly be reduced by the use of automation and artificial intelligence. AI tools exist that read text and provide summaries of the key clauses. These tools could be applied to identify standard and non-standard terms in the contract and provide summaries whereby the auditor will be able to focus on the reasonability of the key clauses and understand how the contract fits within the larger business picture. Coming to expenses and materiality, analytics can be used to explore expenses and identify anomalies. Some of this information could be also used to inform the going concern analysis, such as identification of key suppliers, uptick in legal fees. Robotic process automation can be used to extract data from prior period or interim financial statements to determine proposed materiality based on a range of benchmarks. The same technology can be utilized to determine materiality in a continuous or real-time audit. Inventory counts. With computer vision, AI-based app can look at millions of pictures taken from camera, and especially when these articles will be having any indexing information, say barcodes, then it is even easier for the auditor to cover the entire scope. Control testing, system log reviews retain a wealth of information that can be analyzed and applied in the audit. Notable items or outliers are quickly identified and can be followed up by the auditor. Application of metadata can further enhance the testing of control by highlighting potentially higher risk reviews. Now, a question to the audience. What do you think? Can artificial intelligence replace auditors? And what about the rest? I repeat, can artificial intelligence replace the auditors? Okay. While it is always optimistic to imagine a future where the computers will be doing all the tasks and we will be relaxing at our homes, but it is still a utopian world. Undoubtedly, artificial intelligence will transform the businesses, will help employees, auditors, accountants to work smarter and providing better services to the clients. The technology is responsible for improving the accuracy of entry. These emerging technologies will change the job and the roles of the accountants and the auditors, but in no way can replace them. Advanced technologies provide a wealth of information to the auditor that enables them to make a judgment, but the auditor will still be the one who will be making the final judgment. Technology is an enabler and is unmatched when it comes to identifying correlations among data sets or variables. However, it takes human experience to ultimately understand the context underlying the output. A machine's world is restricted only to the correct data or the incorrect data which it has access to, how it has been programmed to do. It does not know the nuances of the real world and can't replace an auditor's professional judgment. Fraud or bias can still happen even when the transactions are processed by the AI seems perfectly legitimate. Auditors need to be alert to these qualitative aspects. AI cannot work on its own. While it may transform the profession through efficiencies gained and use of new technologies and new skills, an auditor will still be required to set parameters, consider the results in relation to other evidence, and make judgments that a computer cannot make. Finally, to conclude, artificial intelligence is a paradigm-shifting technology development and is integral to many of our day-to-day activities. It is also increasingly being applied within auditing, improving the efficiency of the process. However, it is seen that AI, however advanced it becomes, it cannot completely replace auditing as it happens now. The auditor's real life knowledge, experience, and judgment, human touch remains key to the auditing process. Thus, AI can complement but not replace auditing. It is necessary that auditors continuously upskill and train to effectively utilize a rapidly developing technology. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that insightful discussion. Now, may I please call on stage for the concluding remarks, CA Sanjay Kumar Agarwal, sir, Session Chairman and Council Member, Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. Guys, a round of applause, please. So, we welcome you to the stage.
Thank you, MOC. After lunch, 1 hour of complete technology dose. And the best part is this, that I have auditor on me also in the form of the 3 honorable judges, those who are behind the curtain. I must acknowledge them, CA Amar Agarwal, CA Arjit, CA Sumit Biani ji. So they have excellent job, very difficult to perform. In the council, when I was in the disciplinary, at that time when we have to judge the case, you have to think that the person who is being charged, you must see that you are as a person who has committed a mistake, and then pronounce the judgment. As I said in the beginning, that only few can come here, can perform, and then move forward. So one round of applause for all those who have come here. I'll name one by one: forensic Astha, technology in audit permit, blockchain Sahil, crypto Sia, Shistri in artificial intelligence replacing the audit. I remember the days that those who will enter into the technology first, when the train is at a 0 speed, and looking to the Prime Minister's dream of a bullet train, you can imagine that what speed they will get when the people will start learning it. So enter the train when it is at 0 speed. So these students, they have a courage to enter into the train when the speed is 0. So the next step, when they will come, they will be at 100, 150 kilometers an hour. And the technology will take them to 1,000 kilometers an hour. And they will beat the aeroplane also. All the best to you. Thank you.
Okay, now that we have come to the end of this session, Srishti, your doubts are cleared now?
I guess so, but are your doubts cleared?
Well, that's a straightaway clue that in case you have any questions, please feel free to put your hands up. Your mic will reach you and you will ask your question. We'll get your answer. Simple, right? Questions hai? Sawal hai koi? Janta, the nation wants to know. Is there any question? Perfect. I think everybody was listening with rapt attention. That's great.
So maybe our audience doesn't have questions, but we definitely have questions for you. So hopefully we're waiting. You guys have the correct answers.
Guys, prizes are on offer. Any excitement, please? Are you ready? That's like it. Okay, the first question. Here you go. In which form does the reporting on fraud is made by the auditor to the central government? I heard an answer from this side first. Who was it? Please put your hands up. Yep, there you go. Hello. I like the excitement, but I already got an answer from this side.
May I please request, unless we do not ask you, do not prompt the answers.
Exactly. But nevertheless, I think you are the clear winner for this one. So please come across to the front of the stage, please. Yep. We got that. Please come to the front of the stage.
Question number 2. Which standard of auditing requires auditors to analyze journal entries in an audit?
Please. Yeah.
The one in black, please.
One in black.
SA 240.
Oh, okay.
Perfect.
The next question. A special auditor under Companies Act 2013 is appointed by hands please first. No.
Can we have someone else?
The white shirt one. Yep.
CNAG.
Where?
CNAG.
Okay.
CNAG?
No.
I'm afraid not. Anyone else? The ma'am at the back, please.
Central government?
Yes,
Correct.
that's the correct answer. Please come in front.
Question number 4. In cloud computing, which instance of software as a service, SaaS, allows users to explore credit card processing services? Should I repeat? In cloud computing, which instance of software as a service allows users to explore credit card processing services? No one?
You guys want to pass it on without further audit procedures?
Yes, please.
Yep. Mic for him, please. No.
Ma'am, infrastructure.
No, that's not the answer we're looking for. You are saying something, please? You are close, but I need the term. Something as a dash as a service. Yes. He got it. Perfect. API as a service. That's correct. Please come in front. And the final question, ladies and gentlemen, what is the full form of the extension JPEG? JPEG.
Please raise your hand. Do not prompt the answer.
Yes.
Anyone from the top?
Okay. I see a hand and
The one in white.
Joint Photographic Expert Group.
Yep, you got it right.
Yep. Yeah. What issue, sir? Yeah.
Guys, please come onto the stage to receive your gift from CA Vishnu Kumar Tulsian sir, Treasurer EIRC. Please come to the stage. You will be provided your gifts by CA Vishnu Kumar Tulsian sir, Treasurer EIRC, and CA Sanjay Kumar Agarwal sir, Session Chairman and Council Member ICAI. Guys, round of applause. तुम लोग का अपना दोस्त आ रहा है स्टेज में अवार्ड लेने के लिए, I mean prize लेने के लिए, but nevertheless, it's still an award. No short of an award.
Thank you so much. Can we please have the...
No. Okay, now may I please request the honorable judges for this session to come across the stage. I would like to welcome CA Orijit Chakraborty sir, and I would request CA Sarita Agarwal ma'am to felicitate CA Orijit Chakraborty sir on stage. Ma'am, sir, please.
You know, you can continue clapping. We don't mind.
Now may I please request CA Naveen Gopalika sir to come on stage and felicitate CA Sumit Bihani sir. Okay, now may I please request CA Vishnu Tulsian sir to felicitate CA Amar Agarwala sir.
Can I please call upon stage the ICASA member to felicitate Miss Asta Kapoor? Mr. Pramit Roy. Mr. Sahil Sonawat. Okay. Miss Sia Makar. And Miss Shrishti Roy.
Now may I please request the session judges, CA Orijit Chakraborty sir, CA Sumit Bihani sir, and CA Amar Agarwala sir. Sir, any one of you, if you have any take or remarks regarding the session, sir, please, you are welcome on stage. Sir, Orijit sir, Sumit sir, Amar sir, if any of you have any closing remarks regarding the session.
Will carry on? Okay. May I please call upon MCM ICASA, Mr. SK Saddam Hussain, to give his vote of thanks.
Good evening, everyone. I, Sheikh Saddam Hussain, MCM ICASA, I extend a hearty vote of thanks to our session chairman and council members, CA Sanjay Kumar Agarwal sir. I also thank to CA Vishnu Tulsian sir, treasurer EIRC, and to all the paper presenters. Lastly, I would love to thank to all the CA students for attending this seminar, that is Mega CA Student National Conference. Last but not the least, I would like to say some words for Team ICASA. किसी के हाथ में हीरा, किसी के कान में हीरा, मुझे हीरे से मतलब क्या? किसी के हाथ में हीरा, किसी के कान में हीरा, मुझे हीरे से मतलब क्या? आईकासा की टीम है हीरा. आईकासा की टीम ने इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के लिए क्या कुछ नहीं किया. 100 बार शुक्रिया, बिलियन बार शुक्रिया. तुम जैसे टीम मेंबर्स का सहारा है दोस्तों. ये दिल तुम्हारे प्यार का मारा है दोस्तों. थैंक यू एवरीवन. Thank you so much, guys, for being an amazing audience for this session. Please hold back. We have more to come. And trust me, it's going to be even better, even more bigger, and big shots to come by.
So are we ready?
Guys, more excitement. There's a hero out here.
Louder.
Yeah.
Let's take 2 minutes. Let them Are we ready for the next session? I need a bigger round of applause, please. अच्छा जो भी अभी बोल दे. I don't have it. You say अब जो है बोल दे. Call? No. You now you call people. Start.
Okay, guys. Now this is an important and a very interesting session coming up. This is a panel discussion on startups from journey to unicorn. Yes, that's the excitement about startups we all need, ladies and gentlemen. Now, may I please call on stage for this session, firstly, CA Mayur Agarwal, sir, member EIRC, CA Rishi Khator, sir, moderator for the session.
Introduce him.
Shri Suraj Juneja, founder of Free Flow Ventures and one of the co-panelists. Mr. Pradeep Chopra, Chairman, PS Group, and one of the co-panelists. And finally, CA Vineet Patwari, sir, co-founder, Stock Edge, and one of the co-panelists. Sir, everybody is welcome on stage. Now that we have called everybody on stage, let's give a brief introduction about who they are. I think these are all known faces to you. They need no introduction, but to start off, CA Rishi Khator, sir, is a fellow member of Institute of Chartered Accountants of India. He's also co-founder of Chandra Khator and Associates, Chartered Accountants. The firm presently has branches in various cities across India, including Mumbai and New Delhi. He's engaged in the practice of management consulting, developing corporate SOP, corporate restructuring, internal audit, corporate training, outsourcing, audit, taxation, capital market advisory, and have national and international experience in many of such areas for the last 28 years. He was also speaker on various professional topics in various forums. He also conducts right now a workshop on personal finance and money management skills for improving financial literacy and capability of participants. As an author, he has written a book on personal finance right now. As a panelist, he participated as a panel speaker on several programs on taxation and union budget in Taza TV. He was also the past president of Association of Corporate Advisors and Executives. Lastly, he is also a life member of DTPA, where he views exchange, Bharatiya Vidya Salahkar Samiti, Bengal Chamber of Commerce, CAISA. Also as a member of Executive Committee of Kolkata chapter of Friends of Tribal Society, the NGO provides informational education to tribal children in more than 10 million villages across India. His organization also regularly publishes a popular startup newsletter, as I said right now, and he is presently co-opted as the member of Committee on Startups, ICAI, New Delhi. Now, to introduce CA Suraj Juneja, sir. He's a founder and chief venture builder of Free Flow Ventures Private Limited. With 18 years of experience in building a startup specialist, his expertise lies in conceptual marketing, business launch, venture building, raising investments, and network development. He has 12 copyrights, trademarks, and patents to his name. Wow, that's like one achievement that we should all clap for. As a serial entrepreneur, he has mentored over 200 startups under free flow and has built 18 successful businesses, ladies and gentlemen. Free Flow is the largest startup incubator in East India, working with more than 250 startups from all over the country and abroad. It is a national academic partner to Startup India and Invest India, two prominent arms of the government. Free Flow is also amongst the only successful venture builders in India and already has 12 plus parallel ventures running simultaneously. Ladies and gentlemen, again a huge round of applause for CA Rishi Khator sir and CA Suraj Juneja sir. Srishti.
Next we have CA Pradeep Chopra sir, Chairman of PS Group. He is the Chairman and Managing Director of PS Group of Companies, which has completed over 200 real estate projects in the last 30 years, including some of landmarks such as Trinity Tower, Trinity Plaza, Classical, Astral, Sherwood Estate, etc. He is also the Chairman of Educational Committee of CREDAI Bengal for the last few years. Chairman of IMC of Women's ITI currently adopted by CREDAI Bengal, and Chairman of ITI for Physically Challenged Boys and Girls currently adopted by PS Group. He is a very passionate educationist and mentors students of St. Xavier's College as well as J.D. Birla Institute. Mr. Chopra is also the chairman of iLead. Mr. Chopra has written several books on real estate, management, personality development, and related articles in various magazines and journals, as well as in leading national dailies of India and abroad, such as The Hindu, The Statesman, Times of India, and Derek Vishwamitra. A round of applause for him, please. Next, we have on stage with us CA Vineet Patwari, co-founder of Stock Edge. He is the co-founder and CEO of Stock Edge, which is India's most highly rated stock market self-research tool for retail investors. It's available both on the web as well as mobile app. The mobile app is downloaded almost 2 million times and rated 4.3 out of 5 stars. He has also co-founded India's biggest dedicated financial marketing training platform, elearnmarkets.com, which has 100 plus courses by 100 plus market experts and 400,000 plus registered learners, and has the biggest repository of financial market content with almost 60,000 plus minutes of videos in 7 plus Indian languages. The motto of his organization is to simplify financial markets for Indian retail investors so that they can make financial decisions. He wishes to impact 50 million Indian retail investors by the year 2024. Can we please have a round of applause for all the panelists of this session? I know इनकी इतनी बड़ी details सुन के आप सोच रहे होगे हमें भी ये करना है, हमें भी वो करना है, और हमारे पास भी ideas आ रहा होगा यार startup करते हैं हम. So let's just dive right into the session so that you can get your doubts cleared and guided by the mentors.
Now, before we hear from them, can I please call on stage our very own CA Sushil Goyal sir to felicitate Mr. Pradeep Chopra.
Can we have the claps running, please? You know, it's completely okay if we don't stop. You can continue.
Now, may I please call on stage CA Ravi Patwa sir to felicitate CA Vineet Patwari sir.
Can I please call upon stage CA Debayan Patra to felicitate Shri Suraj Juneja sir. Requesting CA Vishnu Tulchan sir to please felicitate CA Rishi Katur sir. Have you guys had food today? Where's the energy? Especially people on top. Have you slept?
Now, I think this is the moment we all were waiting for. Can I please call on stage on the mic the introductory address by CA Rishi Khator sir. Sir, we are really looking forward to hear you.
Thank you, both of you. Wishing you a very happy and happening Sunday evening. Happening why? Because we are going to have a very rocking session on startups. But gratitude is the attitude. I first thank all the EIRC members who have been kind enough to invite me and make me moderate this session. I also thank all the panelists who have taken time off their busy schedule to share their insights with you. Friends, the objective of this session is to empower you, is to engage with you from the insights of our fellow panelists. Our panelists, respected panelists, have wealth of experience. Experience as a promoter of startups, experience as mentor of startups, experience as investor of startups, experience as incubator of startups, experience as facilitator of startups. From their insight, you all are going to have foresight about startups. But today's topic theme is startups journey to unicorn. But what is startup and what is unicorn? Let me unravel the mystery behind it, and then we will go about with the panel discussion. From the four walls of Red Fort on August 15, 2018, the Honorable Prime Minister gave a call. Around that time, there were less than 400 startups in India. Presently, there are 73,000 startups registered with DPIIT. When I say DPIIT, it means Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. Such is the prowess of startups that Honorable Prime Minister has stated that startup is the backbone of New India. January 16 is the National Startups Day. And startup is a platform for aspirations of you youths to take shape and to soar high. Sky is the limit for all of you through the forum of startups. Now, if I have to formally describe startup, a startup is a company, as per the government definition, startup is a company or a registered partnership firm or an LLP, which is less than equal to 10 years of age, having turnover of less than equal to 100 crores, having capital, including share premium of less than equal to 25 crores. And such an enterprise have been formed for providing new product or services. For example, we can say like Swiggy, Zomato, we did not have such type of services before, or substantial improvement of existing product or services. For example, you can say Ola. Earlier we were having cab services, now we are having ride-hailing cab services, substantial improvement of existing services. And such an enterprise should not be a carve-out from an existing enterprise. So this is a formal definition of startups. And when we say unicorn, unicorn is an enterprise which is not listed and having a valuation of $1 billion. $1 billion means around rupees 8,000 crores. And the famous unicorns of India are, you can say Trade Avenue, you can say Ola, Baizu, Upgrade, and so on and so forth. Nykaa used to be before listing also a unicorn. Now, when we say unicorn, there are some stages which is before unicorn and stages beyond unicorn. Stages before unicorn are minicorn, sunicorn. Minicorn are early stage startups. Sunicorn are soon to be going to be unicorn. And beyond unicorn is decacorn, which is having a valuation of $10 billion. And in India, there are very few decacorns like Flipkart, like Baizu, like I think, Flipkart, Baizu. And then beyond decacorn, there is hectacorn, $100 billion valuation. In India, we don't have any hectacorn, but hectacorn examples are Google, Microsoft, and so on, Facebook and all. So this is about startups and unicorn. So we are going to get a lot of insight from our respected panelists. And from this insight, you are going to get foresight about what to do and about your approach towards startup. So I'm going to start with some understanding from Mr. Chopra first. Sir, what do you think is a difference between startup and any other enterprise? When we say startup and we say other enterprise, so for the benefit of the audience, what do you think is the difference between them?
See, normally a startup is some company which has start with an idea, and a unique idea. I would say a unique idea to solve a problem or to use a resource which is not being used so far. And most of the time using the technology or emerging technology where there is a scope of scaling up. Because this is very important, it has to be a unique idea. If you can patent that idea, it's much better because then you stop any competition to come. There is an entry barrier. So therefore you can, and if you can scale it up, then people will be interested in investment and the valuation can go up very high very soon. So basically, most of the startups are unique ideas backed by technology, solving a problem which is otherwise, it's a very, very large problem. For instance, educating India's youth. It's a big challenge. How do you reach a student which is in the remotest part of the country? How to educate them at a price which is affordable or no cost and very high quality of education. So Byju's is an example. It's an effort to educate people at a very reasonable cost. Many such ideas are there in startups where they are using technology to solve a national or a global problem.
Suraj, any take on this?
Yeah, I've changed my mind on this actually. I used to think that there's a difference between starting a business and what a startup is. But what I feel now that is the same thing. Today, if one of your mothers or your nanny makes great food and she says, I want to start selling that food, isn't that a startup? We've seen it in Shark Tank, we've seen it on various other things. Those are startups also. So I think today, if I want to just go out, leave town, leave everything, go and start growing food, growing my own organic food, and people will say, oh, he's gone, he's going to do a small business, or, he's probably retired. But if I change my narrative and I say, I'm going to make sustainable food, I'm going to use sensors and use the best technology, I'm going to sell it via some websites and I'll go D2C, my strategy is going to be omni-channel, you'll be like, wow, he's into agri-tech. I'm doing the same thing. But it really depends on your narrative and your perception. So starting up or starting a new business, as per me, is the same thing. I think the question really is having a startup and having an investable startup. So the points that Sir said, Mr. Chopra, is absolutely right. That when you're a startup, you could be anything. You start a juice corner here, you're a startup. But when you're an investable startup, that's when you have to be scalable. You have to be using technology. You have to be serving or solving some problem. You have to be disrupting the market or doing something differently. And then you won't have to go to an investor. Investors will be lining up and coming to you. So that's my take on it.
Thanks, Suraj. Vineet, any take?
Sure. So since most of the things are already covered, I'll say, what I got from a mixture of them is, any business when it is infused with a lot of jargons, which are very specific to startups, like he mentioned few, then it becomes a startup. And from a businessman, you become an entrepreneur, right? But there's more to it. See, there's more to it because I personally feel what is different, which is also true from what they said, is the speed, is the potential of growth. When we look at traditional businesses, the growth is limited because of the restrictions which are there for limited businesses. A startup by nature invests in processes which removes these restrictions. And how do they do that? By investing in technology or in infrastructure, which can remove these restrictions. So if you look at examples like Wow Momo, because it's from Calcutta, I'm giving you that example. It invested heavily on infrastructure, right? Which is technology. Obviously, every business now cannot be decoupled with technology, right? But it invested more in infrastructure, but it invested at such a pace and for such a large market that you call it a startup rather than a traditional business, which will always think in terms of growth, one step at a time. But a startup will think many steps at a time, and it will grow in multifaceted approaches, which will include geography, which will include time, which will include various facets. So growth at all costs is what startup is.
Thank you, Vinit. So we have a perspective like startup has to have some sort of technology by its side. It has to be scalable. It has to solve some sort of pain point of consumers, and it can scale either by way of technology or infrastructure. Mind you, the government definition doesn't describe technology as a necessary condition for an enterprise to be a startup. But as we understand from panelists, that technology is one of the major criteria. And as Suraj said, investable startup and startup, this is something very new. But let's understand startup is something for practical purposes, should have technology, should be scalable either by technology or by way of infrastructure. So Vinit, we know that for a successful startup, for any startup, for example, you need capital, you need a good idea, novel idea, you need infrastructure, you said, you need a team. For a team, it is very well said that if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go long, form a team. So team, execution, capital, novelty of idea, infrastructure, what do you think is the most important contributor for a successful startup? Most important, whereas all may be required. But in your considered view, because you are yourself a founder of one of the very successful startups, what is the most important contributor?
So I think you answered the question in your, the answer is already there in your question. It's all about people, right? If you want to go long, if you want to go strong, if you want to go fast, it's only you can do it at the speed of the people you have in your team. When you start something at the onset, every individual you select in your team, that's extremely crucial at what rate you can grow, at what scale you can grow, right? And the mindset with which you can grow. And as you grow at every stage of your startup, you need people with different skill sets. Someone who was very good at the onset might not, the company might have outgrown that individual. And at a later stage, probably you need a different skill set. So as a founder, you need to be considerate of the thing that the most important raw material in building your startup is people, and you have to invest heavily on people, not only financially, but emotionally, individually. You have to be a part of that team. You cannot be bossing around. So a short answer is, it's the most important thing is people. Yeah.
Okay, I am reminded of a very important saying by Narayan Murthy of Infosys when he was asked that you have people from so many different cultures, and yet you are having a common objective of your company and you are functioning so successfully. Then he said, what is the mantra? He has said, communicate, communicate, communicate. And here we have people. Suraj, same question to you. What do you think? Should I repeat or you must be?
I'm good with that.
Okay.
So I completely agree that yes, people are extremely important. The team is very important. All the points that you mentioned are very important. But I want to bring one very important point in perspective right now, and especially because we are speaking about unicorns. For me now, the way I look at different business models, different ventures that we are building, and so many startups that come to us. For me, I think one of the very, very key and most important things is the business model. So your business model has to be absolutely clear. Your business model has to be scalable. Your business model has to be that which can pivot from time to time because things change around us, and we've seen that. So if your business model is clear, no matter what you have, all the rest of the points, the team, money, finance, marketing, infrastructure are spokes in the same wheel. But the wheel, what's driving the wheel is the business model. How many people have heard about Cred? How many people have heard about Zomato? Aren't there so many questions? Why is Cred valued so much? Why is Zomato valued so much? Arey, wo to loss mein hai. What's happening? But very few people know the real business model behind it. So business model is actually what drives growth. These people are being funded even though they're getting several rounds of funding, even though they're having a loss right now. But the business model is so strong that at any point in time, they can monetize it 10 times over. So you'll have to think a little more deeply. There are brands like Mensa who have become a unicorn in 6 months. In 6 months, could they form a very formidable team? Could they have so much of infrastructure? Could they have, whatever else is required? In 6 months, they became an 8,000 crore company. The business model was that strong. So I think that's something which we need to put into perspective as well.
Okay, sir has been the founder of PS Group, I lead. So he has got a wealth of experience. What do you think? Capital, team, execution, novelty of idea. What is the most important contributor?
See, I don't deny that people are very important, and I also don't deny that business model is also very important. But in my opinion, the power of the idea, the central idea of your business is the most important. How unique is your idea? Can your idea be patented? Can your idea be copyrighted? Can you get a copyright, or can you get it patent? If your idea is absolutely unique, it's absolutely out of the box. I think it's a power of idea. People say that, the world army cannot stop the idea whose time has come. So I personally feel it is the idea. Everything is based on the idea. If your idea is not strong or not good enough, everything else will fall apart. Yeah, it is the idea. I think the number one criteria for a successful startup and its transformation into unicorn is the power of the idea. And then the rest, of course, our table is as stable as all the 4 legs. Now you ask me which of these legs is important. If any leg is removed, the table will fall. So all the 4 legs are important, but if you ask me which is the most important leg, then I'll say, okay, this is the most important leg.
So wow is the idea as per Mr. Chopra. So you are getting 3 different perspectives. Vineet is saying most important is team. Suraj, who has been associated with 250 odd startups, is saying business model. Mr. Chopra, founder of successful business enterprises, saying idea. Well, on my part, I have interviewed many startup owners. I am giving you the 4th perspective. 4th perspective is that many of them have said execution of an idea is in their view the most important aspect of success of any startup. So friends, you have so many perspectives. Choose the one which you want to go along with. And so we move along with the next query, which is not a query, it's a discussion point. Suraj, 250 odd startups, and one of the startup is invested by a famous Bollywood actor also. When did you know that you had an idea worth betting everything on? When did you know? Like when you started Free Flow, as we have heard from your profile. So when did you know that, yes, this is the one you would like to spend your life on?
Okay, so unfortunately that's happened so many times and sometimes it becomes a problem. But I don't think there's any algorithm or a key answer to that, or a very simple, straightforward answer that, this is when you know. It's very instinctive to each one of us. And, I'm sure we all have so many business ideas and we think of, starting a new business every day. But it's very, very instinctive. You just get to know when you know that the time is right. But I think when you clearly see that a lot of people are having a particular problem, which in your head you've already addressed. When you see that, for sure in front of you that yes, the thing that I'm trying to conceptualize or what I've already conceptualized, it's solving so many people's problem, and that's coming back in front of you day by day. And you see a clear gap. I think addressing a gap is, and when you know that you've addressed a gap, that's when mostly you think that the idea has, it's time for the idea to be launched. So for me, it's actually that.
Okay, Mr. Chopra, the same thing. When did you know that you had an idea worth betting everything? Like when we were discussing, you have so many ventures going on besides iLead, besides PS as a construction company, you have animation company with so many resources. So whenever you start a new venture, what really spurs you and what really make you commit your resources to that particular venture?
See, I think the most important thing is, you see, the most important part of any business is selling. You know, if there's no business, if there is no customer. Yeah. So an idea where I know that my sale will be effortless. You know, there's already a queue of people to buy. I'll work the backward things, you know. When I know that if I announce some product or a service or something of value, where there is a queue of people, you know, they are willing to pay the price I'm asking, and there'll be actually a queue, I'll actually bet on that idea. Yeah, because selling is the most important. If there is no sale, there is no business. Yeah. So I'll bet on an idea where selling is easy, or whether the selling is like there's a huge demand, pent-up demand is existing.
Thank you. Vineet, you are a chartered accountant and you are totally involved in promoting and scaling your startup, which is Stockage, which is funded by financial institutions also. So I'm sure you have so many other career paths, but you chose this one. So at what moment did you feel that this is the worth betting your career on, Stockage?
So I'll try to answer this question from a different perspective, because the question is already handled from the perspective of these gentlemen from where they are. I want to answer it from where the audience is at this point of time, where probably they are thinking, how do I choose one idea, you know, on which I can bet my life? So from your perspective, if you are starting it today, how should you look at it, right? And that will probably answer the question. So, you know, what happens is it's extremely difficult. We are all at a young age. It's extremely difficult to find that one idea, right? People say that work on your passion. If you find your passion, you are very lucky, work on that, because then work will not seem like work. And any startup, any work is not easy, right? If it becomes a tedious journey if you don't like what you are doing. So find your passion. If your passion is auditing, if your passion is accounting, figure out. There are businesses, again, there are businesses where you can income tax filing from, you know, you have Clear Tax, you have other platforms. Such huge platforms are created out of the passion of a chartered accountant probably, yes? So what I'm saying is, where you are, find the idea where you are passionate about, then work will not feel like work and you can actually scale it up. That's number one. Number two, if that doesn't happen, you know, we rarely find our passion. It's like true love, you know, you don't find true love so easily. So then start loving whoever comes to your life. So the point is, whatever work you start doing, do it very passionately. But remember, if you want to do it from a perspective of startup, and startup by definition should be an investable startup, right? So in that case, you need to look at TAM. Have you heard about this term, TAM, total available market? So how big the idea can become and how much service you can do. So to make the serviceable market big, you need to use technology. So technology should be by default one of your passion area. So point is, it's not an easy answer to find out what's the passion area, but these pointers, like, is the idea big enough? Can it serve a big market? Can I reach out? Do I have the capability? Can I find the right people? So it's more about introspection, right? And once you do that introspection, you spend some time, and because age is on your side, you can do some experimentation. Don't be scared of doing experimentation. I think if you're passionate, you will land up to that idea on which you can bet your life.
Thank you, Vineet. When he spoke of age, I am reminded of a very good saying, age is the issue of mind over matter. And if you don't mind, it doesn't matter. So among our panelists on startups, you have different ages, okay? And for your information, OYO was started by Mr. Ritesh Agarwal when he was 20 years age. Upgrade was started by Mr. Screwwala when he was 53 years of age. Falguni Nair started Nykaa, which is now a listed company, when she was 49-year-old. So age is a myth so far as startup is concerned. And coming back to that question, what we again got different perspective. Mr. Chopra says end-to-end connection is required. Idea has to be there and sellability has to be there. And Mr. Suraj said that instinctive, he has to identify a gap area and follow the instinct. Similarly, on that line, Vinitha said, follow your passion. Now, you all have started some time back what you are doing now. So I'm trying to understand how different is your product or company today than when you first started, Mr. Chopra? How different it is today than when you first started? Or is there any difference?
Well, I have several businesses, so I don't know.
In anyone you can identify with for this
I will
forum?
tell about real estate.
Yeah.
When I started, there was, the first project which PS did, we completed that with negative capital. We earned interest instead of paying interest because we were able to sell the flats and collect more money than it was required to construct the building. That was the market. So there was, as I said, there was a queue of customer, and any project, if there is a queue of customer, has to be successful because there is no cash flow problem. There's no, and anyway, we didn't have enough money to invest. If that first project, which is on Chakraberia Road, we just invested 5 lakhs for 7 days, and the 5 lakhs were back. And we had always have surplus money. And in those days, let's say about 40 years back, we made 45 lakhs. There was a good amount of money in those days. Now it is not possible because there are too much of competition. And now we are thriving because we have built a reputation, we have a brand equity, we have goodwill, and we have a track record. And therefore, it is now very difficult to replicate what we did 40 years back for a newcomer, because the market is very tough. Those days, it was virgin market. We could enter and we could do that very easily. This today is difficult, but there are many other areas where you will find such opportunities where you really don't have to invest, just a project. And if there is a pent-up demand, maybe you can replicate the same success. And I keep on telling students that, look, you really don't need money to start a successful business. All you need is a fantastic idea. So, see, I'll just give you one very interesting example. When I went to Germany in '91, they had a big problem of disposing their plastic scrap. It was clean plastic scrap, but there was a legislation that they can't dispose for landfilling. They have to recycle, and recycling in Germany was very expensive. And I knew from my first business experience that in Calcutta, there are thousands of recyclers whose factories doesn't run 24/7 because they don't get enough scrap. So what I did, I started picking up scraps from Germany and I was getting paid. So I was getting container loads of scrap, and on top, every container I was getting 2 lakhs rupees. And I was selling in Calcutta and I was getting advance of 2 lakhs rupees from Calcutta recyclers. So you were getting paid at both sides. Yeah, it's just an identifying an opportunity. So you have to look for such opportunities. Those opportunities are there. All you need to do is you must have a keen eye and you must have the first mover advantage, and you can find such opportunities.
Thank you. I have for Vineet, I have a different trying to understand. If you would go back in time, knowing what you know now, would you have started this company and would you have done something differently?
Hello. So, as you grow in your business, right? I'm not speaking from such a huge experience as Mr. Chopra, but whatever little experience, I understand that every, once you look back, you get ashamed of yourself a lot of times, right? That what crap work you were doing at some point of time in your past. So what happens is, with new knowledge, new understanding of things, and with new people coming along your way, right, you do things better, faster. So that's why the second time founders are valued much, much more than the first time founders. So for example, he quoted Cred. I think the biggest value which Cred had on day 0 was Kunal Shah, rather than, yes, the business model, he explained it well, because people could believe Kunal Shah rather than the business model. Business model will come next. So point is, at any point of time, you'll always feel that, and that's a good sign, because you are growing. Otherwise, you are stale. If you believe what I did was good, you are stale. Number one. Number two, if you've heard about a concept called lean startup, which basically says that you build incrementally, right? In traditional businesses, we had business plan where you lay out everything in advance and you do it. Probably when I started this whole thing, it was a business plan with which I started. But if I have to start tomorrow with something, I'll not start with a business plan. I'll start with a business model where I know that, revenues will come later. Initially, the metrics which are more important are different, right? So I'll focus on different set of matrices. I'll focus on the business model. I'll not, rush to build it from the profit objective. See, this is very interesting. I'm a chartered accountant. So always profit, cash flows, I understood, that's the most important metrics. But friends, in the ecosystem you are, in the time frame you are, the matrices keep changing, right? The most important metrics can always keep changing. People say profit is the king. If you actually want to evaluate a company, I feel cash flows are the most important. But when you come from a startup perspective, at initial stage, probably finding customers or finding users at the minimum CAC, cost of acquisition, and highest LTV, lifetime value of the customer, is more important. So point is, when you understand these concepts, right, you understand what mistakes you were doing earlier, what was going wrong. And something very pertinent, very, very pertinent is focus, right? You can't do multiple things at a time. Try and do only one thing. Put your life and soul on only one thing. Once you have a scale, then it's the idea to bring in more related verticals into your business. But initially, try to be master of one. And I think that's my learning from my little experience.
Thank you, Vinit. While speaking to many of the investors who invest in early stage startups, we asked them, what do you see while investing? Most of them have told personally that we at the management, we look at the team who are handling it. And as he said, that team should be very focused, should be totally into that idea and into the execution of that idea. Then only an investor would invest in that. And well, as he said, all of us are accountants. So I am reminded of a very, very interesting observation by Devdutt Patnaik. I am sure you must have heard of it. He's a very erudite orator as well as a writer of books. He writes on mythology. And he says, Hindu God is an accountant. Actually, he keeps accounts of our deeds, good deeds, bad deeds, and birth after birth, that accounts get updated. So we are very close to God, being an accountant. Coming back to Suraj, I would like to understand or invite you to share, because you have been with so many startup founders, so many startups, so many different verticals, crazy ideas. Can you share with us few, or at least one or two of the funny anecdotes that you have encountered with in your vocation?
Funny anecdotes?
Funny anecdotes, yeah. Okay. With the startup founders, with the ideas, with the startups, yeah.
So, I mean, there are several, I don't know which one to
just one or two.
Yeah. Okay, I don't know whether it's funny to everyone or to them or not. At least those times it may have been funny to me, but I'll put a positive angle to it.
Sure.
So there is one particular venture that we're working with right now. It's called Face Labs. It's one of our ventures. We're working with one of the startups and we are partners in it right now. It's a facial recognition software and makes applications basis that. This came to light in the pandemic. So when COVID was happening, remember there was so much of a furor about, you all have to be in a mask, you'll have to be 6 feet away. बाद में आया कि वो तो कुछ sense ही नहीं है. 6 feet away, when you're entering a mall, they were checking and not letting you enter together, stuff like that. So this startup came and they recognized the face, whether the face is wearing a mask or not. If it's not, it would alert the management that somebody is not wearing a mask. It also could recognize whether people are 6 feet away or not. And if they are less than 6 feet away, which was brilliant actually at that time, it would raise an alarm. And Amitabh Bachchan's tone used to come that, 6 feet, duri, zaruri and all that thing in the mobile phone. Suddenly a week later, it came that that's all rubbish and you don't have to be 6 feet away. So poor thing, their thing, came crashing down that, what's that? But the positive part of it, and at that time people found it funny कि तुम लोग यार ये पूरा algorithm करके you all made the 6 feet thing. But thanks to that and thanks to the machine that learned all this, today we have at least 12 applications on facial recognition because it was made that day and based on a premise. So that's the way first things become irrelevant or funny or something happens. Yeah, you've taken so much time and made it, but ultimately if you're working hard on something, it may seem funny at one point in time, but ultimately it works out extremely well. So that's one of the things that are happening.
Thank you. Friends, as a motivation, two very famous startups have been founded by a chartered accountant. Make My Trip, co-founded by Mr. Rajesh Meghau. He is a chartered accountant. Tax Mantra, Mr. Alok Patnia, who is a chartered accountant. Both of this. Make My Trip is already a unicorn, I think. And Tax Mantra is going to come up with its IPO. So we will have questions from audience also. So be prepared, think of it. 2 or 3 maximum we'll take given the time schedule. Mr. Chopra, you are such a matured person and like from investor, you may have invested in the startups, mentored startups. You are already running an animation center. From your experience, from investor perspective, suppose I have invested in a startup, when should I exit from that startup? From your wealth of experience, like you know money better than us. So like as an investor of a startup, what is the right time to exit a startup?
Well, you should exit when the market is hot on your idea and market is hot in your company. And you feel that the valuation you are getting is no way justify the valuation of the company. You are getting a lot of very, very high price. That's the time you should exit. Normally it happens, markets move by emotions and perceptions. They are not necessarily linked to the real valuation of the company. So it all moves on perceptions and emotions. When you feel that you have to be a very, very objective perspective of your own company, and you feel that, yeah, this is something extraordinarily offer you are getting, you must quit and invest in something else.
Okay. So you have to follow your instinct, your gut feeling. If you are getting good offer, which is extraordinary, which is more than the value that you perceive. I'm reminded of a Hollywood movie which said that greed is very good. So in investing, most of the investors feel that the valuation will go up and up and up. And maybe in the IPO or post-IPO, they will encash. So it's a very subjective, but we stand guided by Mr. Chopra on this. Vineet, chartered accountant among the panelists. What is the best piece of advice that you would like to give to so many of our budding chartered accountants? Because you are yourself a founder of a successful startup. What is the best piece of advice you give?
Once you have identified your area on which you work on. So if you want to do a startup, right? spend a lot of time in researching and being very strong theoretically also. Because there are a lot of people who ignore or who kind of demean being strong on theory. So even if, you know, let's say theory of what you're learning in chartered accountants, everything. And, you know, so where I'm coming from is my most important thing is learning. So you should be a continuous learner, a learning machine, so to say, because what you have learned will become obsolete so fast and people will outgrow you. So if you want to do a startup, which has to be scalable, which has to be very, very growth oriented, you need to be a learning machine. You have to learn on various aspects. I'll just give you an example. So we are into financial market training, all right? And I believe our biggest strength is the trust we have been able to garner of around 3 million Indian investors. Trust is extremely important in financial market. Now, how to bring in trust at a scalable level, right? So content becomes one of the extremely important piece. You generate so much content which helps people in educating them, right? Because people are not very well financially educated. Content brings in that. You don't do things which are counter, you know, what you are saying and what you are doing. There is a conflict of interest. You don't do things like that. And you know, you build a culture in your organization that trust is most important. So when they are talking to customers, etc. So what I'm saying is identifying an area which is your USP and focus so much on that so that people start recognizing you by that one word. If you look at, you know, successful companies across centuries, there are one words with which you can identify that company. If I name you, you know, the first word which comes to your mind, you will have a lot of such examples. So try to own that one feeling in your customer's mind. And that can happen only if you continuously learn yourself, if you implement, and you are very passionate about your project. So in short, things will fall in place, but you have to have perseverance. So stick around, keep learning, and keep implementing. That's all. Thank you.
Customer is the king. We all know that. And while he was speaking, I was reminded of one very important, a very good statement. Hard work works harder than luck. So when he says learning, when he says focus, when he says customer, so all behind all that is that you have to be having hard work because it works harder than luck. By the way, today's Times of India spoke about luck being one of the major factor of success. I personally don't believe in that, but I'm just sharing that. Mr. Chopra, piece best advice that you can give to youngsters. Yeah.
See, I am perceiving that as we go in future, environmental concern will become a major concern because global warming is something which is absolutely real. It's not, and there is an environmental emergency. And therefore, we must do everything possible to reduce waste, to reduce the adverse impact on the environment. Now, in India, see, I had the experience of working in Germany and India. I would say that we have tremendous possibility of using the waste and create materials of good use. You know, we are talking about sustainable fashion. We are talking about sustainable interior designing or building. There are hundreds of areas where we have underutilized or unutilized. Waste is a resource. Actually, don't look at waste as a waste. It's actually a resource. Any idea which can convert this waste into wealth and it's a scalable, I think those ideas will work fantastically well in future because you reducing the adverse environmental impact, your cost is very low and you're adding value. See, I was given a national award in 2000 because I could convert a non-recyclable, which is mixed plastic waste, which is like Tetra Pak, into an alternative of wood. Now, you were saving the trees from cut because you are providing an alternative wood and you are getting rid of a plastic which normally cannot be recycled. Such ideas will work wonders. And it's a scalable because you have a huge amount of waste available at free. And I was getting raw material almost for free. And I was selling the product at a very high price. So these kind of ideas, and there are many, I can give you hundreds of ideas. Look for these ideas and make your business model on that.
So you got something to work on, not a homework as such, but an idea which can be a wealth creator to anyone who follows this. Suraj, for the benefit of all the youths who are there witnessing us, what is it required? We frequently hear Atmanirbhar Bharat, Make in India. So what is it required to spread entrepreneurship among the masses? In your considered view, because you have worked with so many entrepreneurs, you are yourself a serial entrepreneur. What is it required to spread entrepreneurship? We should not be job seeker, we should be job giver. Please.
Exactly. So actually, you all are CAs here. I'm the only one who is not from an accounts background. So what I'm seeing in front of me is not CAs, not students. What I'm seeing from in front of me is potential co-founders. So you all must know as CAs, seriously, as CAs, you all are brilliant co-founders to have. And I'm telling you from my own perspective, I'm bad at accounts. I don't like accounts, because I'm a marketing guy, I'm a branding guy, I'm a concepts guy, I'm an ideation guy. I don't like numbers. So I need somebody like you. Similarly, most people, most founders are into marketing. Their core strength is sales or marketing or technology, engineers, etc. Their core strength is not numbers. And especially startups who are into fintech, insurtech, they need somebody who's strong in numbers to be a part of the core team. So I see a huge, huge potential there. And, I'm sure a lot of you want to start up yourself. I'm sure a lot of you have ideas. Even for those who don't have ideas, but they want to be entrepreneurs, being a co-founder in one of these startups is a great, great way to go about it. And to answer sir's question about what's required to grow this, one of the main things is awareness. So today you may want to start up, but you don't know how to. You may find the idea great that yes, I can be a co-founder. Where do you go? You may want to, say, okay, how do I get the funds? But there are ways and means for all of these things. For example, we are incubators also, we are venture builders. People don't know about us. People here are doing various things in startups, but awareness to the root level is extremely important. And we're working on some programs with the government where we want this to start from a college or maybe even a school level where students there are, fed about content on entrepreneurship and even given certain amount of funds to create products or services from that level, that yes, if it goes to the next level, they get more of a funding. If it goes for a further level, they get more of a funding, and so on and so forth. And of course, programs like Shark Tank and all that have made the awareness so strong now that it's become a common dinner table conversation that, let's start this. Why don't you start this? My friend has started this. My, family member started this. So awareness, I think, is the biggest key. And, we did one such thing in the Heritage College also, where we had 600 people in an auditorium just like this who said, yes, we want to do something in entrepreneurship. And today we have one venture built with a student there who's employing students from Heritage itself, with, before even passing out. Okay. So I think that's the power of awareness about this. So the large scale awareness with the government and us is a key to spreading entrepreneurship.
Thanks, Suraj. So friends, don't wait for the right moment to start. Start to make each moment right. Okay. So I would like to take few questions from the audience. Organizers, if you can please help them. Anyone raising hand you would like to ask? We have very respected panelists, and from their inside they have given a lot of ideas, a lot of foresight to you. And let us see if there are any questions from the audience. Yes, please. Take two questions, then
Sure. So, that's a very good question because, the first thing is awareness that you need to work on certain qualities to become an entrepreneur. I personally feel, with my personal experience that reading is one such quality. If you inculcate in yourself, someone is holding a book there. That's so lovely to see already reading, right? So reading, I think, is one habit which opens a lot of doors, shows a lot of new ideas, what people have done earlier. So as they say, I think Einstein once said that whatever I've done, I could only do because I'm sitting on the shoulder of giants like Isaac Newton. So point is, he learned from the previous generation, right? And only reading is one area which exposes you to that. And when I say reading, I include books, I include listening to podcasts, audiobooks, all of that. So use technology to enhance your learning. Reading is one skill which I'll strongly recommend.
Thank you. Any other question?
Hello.
Yeah. Mike, please, there in the middle.
Hello. Why are so many startups failing in India, and how the startup ecosystem evolving and remove hurdles and
Where is the
frictions
person?
to make number of unicorns?
In the middle, please. The one with, yeah.
So,
Hello. So my question is how to keep the enthusiasm.
Louder.
How to keep the enthusiasm same as in day one and till the day end.
Sir.
See, if your idea is not working, the one thing we should do is stop blaming yourself. I'll just ask you, suppose there was a great opportunity and everything said that this idea will work. And you are the only one who worked on that opportunity and became successful. Whom should you give credit, yourself or the idea or the opportunity? Credit yourself, isn't it? Because the idea, that opportunity was available to a lot of people, isn't it? Yeah, so you should get the credit. Now, suppose you pursued that idea and the circumstances changed. Suppose you bought a hotel and COVID struck and your hotel failed. Are you responsible for that failure?
No.
Isn't it? But normally we start blaming ourselves, lose our enthusiasm, start losing our confidence. That losing and blaming yourself is not really going to help. It will only reduce your enthusiasm and will to fight and bounce back. Stop blaming yourself. Look what I can do in these circumstances and go ahead and do it. That's the thing you should do. Then enthusiasm will remain.
Thank you, sir.
One last question. Yeah, the lady there.
Good evening, sir. My name is, and my question is to you, scope of scaled up startups at food and beverage industry, specifically inclined in health lines.
Hi, Pragati. If I'm getting it right, scope of scaled up startups,
Yes, at food and beverage industry. Yes.
especially in the health sector.
Yes.
Okay. Food and beverage. Okay. So, see, it's if you've seen the news in the last couple of days, we are the most populous country almost already, right? And the one of the most basic things to sell to a country with the maximum population is food and beverage. So obviously the market size is humongous. That's one. So obviously the potential there is really, really huge. And we're already seeing today, because of, first of all, the pandemic happening, which made so many companies like Licious and the works of it unicorns today, because people's mindsets have changed. They started ordering from home much, much more, not just food, but also things like meat and groceries. So the mindset of people has changed. The population is there. You can use technology to your benefit. The whole concept of cloud kitchen and ghost kitchen has come, where you don't even have to open a restaurant or have rentals. You can start working from home and start supplying and tying up with people like Swiggy, etc. So yes, the potential is humongous. You've already seen companies like Rebel Foods also become unicorns. So that's where you are.
Yes, sir, I satisfied with your answers. One more question.
Yes.
Like we are the young minds, like after becoming an professional body, if I seek myself to invest my knowledge and my degree for entrepreneur as in what to say to give a service which solve the problem of many people at affordable price, and I want to like how I should visualize my startup ideas if I want from scratch. Like you are saying, you are taking some business names, I understand, but being a young mind, if that he or she want to start something, in how manner he first to visualize such thing, then he can set the goal and work on it now. So how I should visualize? I'm asking this.
Okay. So see, I started my first business while I was doing my MBA. So, within that, I had this idea that, and in fact, the business that I started first was the business of discount cards. In India, discount cards had not come in. I was doing my MBA in Delhi and I had not passed out. I would take out the evening, I would finish with college. And in the evening, I would go to all the restaurants and pubs and cafes and bars and say that, I'm launching a discount card. Will you give a 20% discount to my customers if they come? They said, yes, sure. I'm getting more customers. I'll do that. With the, I think within 3 months or 4 months, I tied up with about 100 restaurants and clubs in Delhi.
You build a chain.
Sorry?
You build a chain.
I built a chain. So as and when I almost passed out, and I knew I didn't want to be I didn't want to take up a job. I wanted to be an entrepreneur. So as soon as I passed out, I didn't take up any job, though I got through one of the best placements in college. I launched this card, and within about 3 months, I was investing 1 hour of my time in that business, and I was maybe earning 5 times more than my counterparts who were working, from morning to night everywhere else. But it's not about giving it too much thought. I'm saying, you're thinking this, how do I visualize? Just do it. If you have an idea, just go down, get into the market, dirty your hands. Till you don't do that, you won't know. Also, like what we all have said, and if you love it, if it's something that you love to do, so do what you love what you do. If it is that, nothing will stop you. And it'll never seem like stress. You can work 20 hours a day. There's no way that it won't be a success. Yes, the point that I kept making the co-founder part, that if you say my strength area is in projections or numbers, or I'm a number person, I'm into accounts, get a co-founder who will do the other part which you're not good at. So together your company will be run by 2 people who are loving what they do and are great at individual strengths. So I think that's the way you go about it, but just go about it. Don't overthink it so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Suraj. Friends, from the institute's end, it has been the endeavor to empower all of you, to engage all of you from the valuable insights of our respected panelists who have given all out what they have from their wealth of experience to you. Please give a round of applause for the respected panelists. Over to you, Mayur.
Hello. Wow, what a session. In last 60 minutes, we were listening to a panel together, having an experience of almost 100 years. As many of the experts and journalists and experts are saying that long and bitter winter is coming for the startup industry in India. But listening to them and looking at the enthusiasm of all of you, young minds, young budding chartered accountants, and looking at the data, I think winter have to be behind the wall for many years to come. On that note, my heartfelt thanks to each one of you in the panel. First of all, our moderator, CEO Rishi Khato sir. So you explained initially about the basic concepts related to startup world and other technical area, and beautifully moderated the session. Thank you so much, sir. Our first panelist, Mr. Pradeep Chopra, sir. So you mentioned that number one criteria for a successful startup is idea. One must keep looking for opportunities through their keen eyes. So you also highlighted the need to think about the environment. We are very thankful to you, sir. Another panelist, Mr. Suraj Juneja. So you mentioned that business model must be clear and sustainable. And you also mentioned that chartered accountants are brilliant co-founders. And many of you are going to be co-founders soon. And you also mentioned the startups need someone strong with numbers. Thank you so much, sir. We are grateful to you. And CA Vineet Patwari, our next panelist. Mr. Vineet, you mentioned having a good team is most significant factor behind the success of a startup. You added that one must be passionate about technology and must keep on doing experiment. So thank you so much for joining. This time, we offer a memento as a token of respect from our side. I request CA Abhishek to kindly come on the dais and offer a memento to the moderator of the session, CA Rishi Khator. Thank you. Mr. CA Rakesh ji, kindly come up and offer a memento to Mr. Pradeep Chopra. Thank you. I request CS Sumit Bihani to kindly come on the dais and offer a memento to Sri Suraj Juneja. I request CS Suman Chaudhary to come on the dais and offer a memento. Thank you, Mr. Suman. So friends, this was the last session of this two-day national conference. So we will have a valedictory session as well, but last technical session. And this hooting shows how much you enjoyed 2 days and how much you learned. Thank you all. Thank you.
I think it has been truly breathtaking, and I think I have been a fanboy of all three people on stage, the dignitaries. Rishi sir, firstly, thanks to you for moderating such a beautiful session. I think followed by PS Group. I think a lot of challenges to them, right? From RERA to GST to demonetization and to COVID. A lot of challenges have been thrown to them, but I think it's the brand value. I think we have a PS landmark at each and every nook and corner of the city. I think followed by Suraj sir. I think he has been a truly one of the renowned names in the startup world in Kolkata. And finally, me being a stock market enthusiast, I think I could have followed none other than Vineet sir for his exact. Yes, sorry. Yes, I think I have been a fan of sir for long. I followed the Kamath brothers for building Zerodha, and I think Vineet sir for building Stockage. I think I have been his fan for long, and it's such a great moment for me to share the same stage as him. Guys, a big round of applause for all three of them. Now is the quiz time, the questions time again. Chance for you to win some gifts. Srishti?
Are you guys ready? The first question is, which state got Top Performer Award in recently released Startup Ranking 2021? अरे हाथ उठा लो, हम पूछ लेंगे. Yes, please.
Maharashtra.
No.
Gujarat.
Okay, we have the answer from this side. The one in black, please. Yep, yep.
No, yes, yes,
Correct.
yes. That's the correct answer. Please come forward.
Next time,
Please
यार
come forward.
हाथ उठा लो, हम पूछ लेते हैं, हम
Exactly.
अच्छे हैं. Next question. Recently, who has announced to start Startup School India?
No, we're looking for a company's name, not a politician's name.
Yes, the one in pink, please.
Yes,
So,
yes, that's the correct answer. One in orange.
So, Saptarshi, did you enjoy today?
Absolutely. I think so do you guys, right?
I don't think you guys enjoyed. I need something louder from you. Did you guys have a good time? Sure. Perfect.
Guys, please stand by for the valedictory session. I think as Sir mentioned, Mayur Sir mentioned, we are at the end of all the technical session. Now it's a time for the valedictory session for the 2 days. Yeah. Okay, now may I please call on stage CA Mayur Agarwal Sir, nominated member and member EIRC.
Can we please get the claps rolling?
Next up, CA Vishnu K. Tulsian Sir, Treasurer EIRC. CA Debayan Patra Sir, Chairman ICASA.
CA Ravi Kumar Patwa Sir, Chairman EIRC. CA Ranjit Kumar Agarwal Sir, Member BOS Academic. Can we please call upon stage Kaushal Burnwal, Member ICASA, to address the gathering.
कैमो नाचो कोलकाता। यार अभी तक तो मेरा कान सही काम कर रहा था, कुछ सुनाई नहीं दिया, फिर ट्राई करते हैं। कैमो नाचो कोलकाता। अब साफ हो गया है, इतना कि मेरे को पेपर प्रेजेंटर्स की धड़कनें सुनाई दे रही है, कौन फर्स्ट कौन सेकंड, लाइक दिस क्या? ओके, सो ये 2 दिन बहुत यादगार रहे मेरे लिए, आई थिंक हम सबके लिए। और इन 2 दिनों का कॉन्फ्रेंस का ये लास्ट सेशन मैं कंपेयर करना चाहूंगा एक सीए स्टूडेंट और सीए कोर्स के बीच में। सो कुछ लाइनें हैं, जब एक सीए स्टूडेंट और सीए कोर्स मिलता है तो क्या बातें होती है उनके बीच में। इन कुछ पंक्तियों में तुम मतलब सीए कोर्स है और मैं मतलब एक सीए स्टूडेंट है। सो कुछ इस तरह की है कि मैं बीकॉम का सिलेबस हूं, तुम सीए का वो कोर्स हो, कि मैं बीकॉम का सिलेबस हूं, तुम सीए का वो कोर्स हो, तुम रो हिटमैन की बैटिंग, मैं पुजारा की T20I इनिंग हूं। तुम मंथ एंड की सैलरी, मैं वीकेंड लोड हूं, तुम क्लाइंट ऑफिस की वर्क डेस्क, मैं प्रिंसिपल का एक्सप्लोड हूं। तुम सीए की डिग्री हो, मैं सीए बनने का गारंटी हूं। थैंक यू सो मच। इन 2 दिनों में हमने बहुत कुछ सीखा। हमने सीखा सक्सेस हैक क्या होती है, हम लोग कैसे रैंक होल्डर्स बन सकते हैं, हम लोग बेटर स्पीकर्स कैसे बन सकते हैं,
हमने कुछ बहुत बेहतरीन एग्जांपल्स देखी कि कैसे लोग प्रेजेंट करते हैं, कैसे नेटवर्क किए जा सकते हैं। मैं शुक्रगुजार हूं आप सभी लोगों का जो अपना कीमती समय इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को दिया। मैं शुक्रगुजार हूं हर एक EIRC ऑफिशियल, हर एक आईकासा टीम मेंबर का जिन्होंने इस कॉन्फ्रेंस को एक सक्सेसफुल कॉन्फ्रेंस बनाया। थैंक यू सो मच एवरीवन।
Thank you, Kaushal. Now may I please call upon CM Mayur Agrawal, sir, nominated member EIRC, for his address.
थैंक यू सो मच। आप लोगों को लग रहा होगा बार बार आ रहे हैं, बोर कर रहे हैं। So friends, as I am standing in this valedictory session, so glimpses of 2010 and 11 national conference has came to my mind. So in 2010 national conference, I was sitting as an audience. At that time, national conference of CA student was done at College Street in Calcutta University audience. So at the end, in this valedictory session only, I thought after 2 days, why I am sitting like an audience? I must be there as a ICASA member in next national conference. And in 2011 national conference, I was organizing it as a secretary ICASA at that time. And then working as a secretary ICASA with the then council members. At that time, once I thought that I must once be a regional council member. And today I am addressing you people as a regional council member. So again, as Secretary EIRC was saying in his address that it's 1 minute when a thought can come to you, and that 1 minute can change your life entirely. So that's it. Congratulate each one of you for being part of this conference and enjoying these 2 days, enriching, and congratulations once again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Can I please call upon CA Vishnu Kumar Tulsian, sir, Treasurer EIRC, to address the gathering.
हेलो फ्रेंड्स, एनर्जी बाकी है? वाओ, अभी भी सुन सकते हो? कराना है कैसे एक्सटेंड करना है? वाओ, ओनली वन वॉइस। जब हम लोग सीए करते थे पहले स्टूडेंट थे तो सीए का मतलब समझते थे कम अगेन, मींस इस बार तो पास करेंगे नहीं, नेक्स्ट में पास कर जाएंगे। So now the difference is going to change after the session is CM is committed achiever. Once decided, it is decided, it has to be achieved. With this mantra, we have to leave this audience today. And I wish that everyone have the some thought, some brilliant thought, some मतलब some एक आग होनी चाहिए, एक आंख में एक नशा सा होना चाहिए कि नहीं मुझे सीए करके निकलना है, कुछ अच्छा करना है, सिर्फ वो अकाउंटिंग नहीं करनी है। The title is Visualizing Futures. नए-नए थॉट्स आपके सामने रखे गए हैं, किसी में भी एक्सपर्टाइज कर दो। एक छोटी सी स्टोरी सुनाता हूं मैं आपको, जस्ट 3 दिन पहले की बात है। एक स्टूडेंट जो बिहार से बिलोंग करता है, he met me for some type of support. I continuously talked to him for more than 30 minutes. Suddenly he told me that my first love is, तो मैं सोचा first love means कुछ affair वगैरह है क्या? Then he told no, my first love is CA. I was so surprised कि जब हम लोग अपने टाइम में पढ़ा करते थे तो ऐसा कुछ होता नहीं था। कोई बड़ा भाई कर रहा है, कोई चाचा कर रहा है, कोई ताऊ का बेटा है, कोई आसपास का पड़ोसी है, कोई गांव से बाहर निकल के चला गया तो उसका एग्जांपल सुनते थे, तो हम लोग एक इंस्पिरेशन मिलता था। वो चीज वापस अपने को इनकलकेट करना अपने अंदर में, so that we can dream that in the real sense. So it should be done. And चूंकि ये सेशन खत्म नहीं हो रहा है तो हम लोग को बिल्कुल ध्यान से रखना कि चलते चलते कभी अलविदा ना करना। हम लोग वापस मिलेंगे अगले साल में। With that moment, thank you very much for coming here.
Thank you so much, Vishnu sir. Now may I please call upon CA Ravi Kumar Patwa sir, Chairman EIRC.
Okay. Good evening, guys. How was the conference? जोश खत्म हो गया मतलब ग्रेट में कोई जोश नहीं था एक एक जन का आ रहा है चलो कोई नहीं फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल I would like to thank as well as congratulate all the paper presenters for participating in this two-day national conference and making it successful. It is for you that we hold the conferences. And especially to those who have come from other places to this city of joy, I hope you had a nice and enjoyable conference. And if there are any negatives, please feel free to tell us. You don't have to tell us anything about whatever has gone. Please do inform us if anything has gone wrong, so that next time you are in this city of joy, in this city, Calcutta, you do not find such flaws from EIRC of ICAI. My gratitude to all the faculties and judges, all the chairman of the session, the motivational speakers, they made it all possible. And judges, I can see a couple of them sitting even now. Thank you very, very much for all your support. And of course, some of the CA firms, especially one particular firm, which I named yesterday, have been really supportive. My gratitude to them also. You know what? When I was sitting over there, somebody told me, sir, आप कभी भी हिंदी में कुछ नहीं बोलते हैं. I have this bad habit कि मैं शायद कभी lectures में generally bilingual कुछ use नहीं करता हूँ. But to satisfy those of you who want me to speak in Hindi as well at times, मैं कोशिश करूंगा कि कुछ हिंदी में भी बोल लूं. আপনারা যদি কেউ বাংলায় বলতে চান তাহলে সেটাও করার চেষ্টা করব. কেউ বলেনি যদিও সেটা. My gratitude to Team ERO. It is for all of you that this conference has become successful. You have really shown teamwork. Thank you very, very much, all of you. And how can I forget them? The MCs. The way they started this show yesterday early in the morning, it really showed what the conference is going to be like. Thank you very much for everything which you have done. Thank you. You know, all these thanks may well perhaps be repeated by the man behind the conference. So I would stop doing that. Tomatta খেয়ে নেব না, চিন্তা করো না তুমি. You know, you have heard what CAs and CA students can do. I also told that we are a part of the 37 crore young budding leaders of the future. And the fact that the CA students are sharper than others. You have seen what Pawan Patodia has done. You have seen what Shivani Shah has done. You must already be knowing that Pragya Mohan, the triathlonist, has qualified for the Commonwealth Games, and I'm sure she will also bring laurels for the country. Well, पता था किसी को नहीं था? था, बड़ी अच्छी बात है. आप लोगों में से भी कोई कभी कहीं चाहे स्पोर्टिंग एरेना में हो, कोई और एरेना में हो, बहुत आगे बढ़ेंगे. क्या आप लोग चाहेंगे कि सिर्फ कलकत्ता सिटी में ही आपका स्वागत हो? सिर्फ इसलिए कि प्रज्ञा मोहन कलकत्ता से नहीं है, थोड़ा सा करताली उसके लिए नहीं हो सकती थोड़ी सी? She has also made us proud, so we should all congratulate her and pray for her that she does well in Commonwealth. Tell me something, guys. Did you enjoy the conference actually? Now imagine that instead of this Kalamandir, you got an opportunity to enjoy a conference in Vishwa Bangla. How will it be? Would you like or not? Sure? Okay. और फीस अगर इतनी कम नहीं हो तो आवाज बहुत कम आ रही है लेकिन so guys, let me announce it to you, the happy news that the regional conference, the main conference of EIRC of ICAI, the yearly event, the event of EIRC of ICAI will be held at Vishwa Bangla Auditorium on 23rd and 24th of December. And I am opening it for the students too. We will also have the students there. Maybe you will have lesser motivational sessions. But I'm sure the experience there would be simply awesome. So you are all welcome there. Do participate in that. And I'm also telling you that we will hardly cover the food cost from you. That will be the only thing that we will try to take from you. Obviously, the food will not be of the quality which you got here. That's a members conference. So food will be of a different level and you will have to pay for the food. बाकी आप लोगों से कुछ नहीं लूंगा, लेकिन खाने का पैसा आप लोगों को शायद देना पड़ेगा. You know, 5-7 days back, in fact, exactly 7 days back, the situation wasn't that good. We were not getting the enough number of delegates which we had projected. And then Team EIRC and Team ICASA, more importantly, jumped on it. Saddam ने जब बोला कि Team ICASA हीरा है, I couldn't have agreed more. Can I request all of you to give big hands for Team ICASA, please? And we all had fun also. Saddam, जब तुम जैसे बोला, मेरा तो ऐसे ही एक बार सांस रुक गया था. लेकिन अब हम बात कर सकते हैं. अब ये ना, this hall is full with people, young people like us. You know, बूढ़े लोग सब चले गए. और हमारे एसएससीबी चेयरमैन जो कल इनॉग्रेशन सेशन में गलत बातें कर गए, किसी एक जन को बूढ़ा बना गए, वो गलत था. आप लोगों को ये बता दूं, that was a wrong statement. That wasn't correct. उस पे मत जाइए. So I am also young like you. You know, the way the Team EIRC and Team ICASA worked, मुझे एक कोट याद आ रहा है. तो मैं टीम ICASA को ये कोट डेडिकेट करता हूं. Guys, oaks grow पहले से. ये दो में से एक इंडिकेशन है. या तो पहला इंडिकेशन ये हो सकता है, यार इनफ, अब आप निकल जाओ, नहीं तो बाद में टमाटर आएंगे. अगर वो है तो बोल दो यार निकल जाता हूं. ओके, चलो एक आध जन नो बोला तो उसी के बात पे रह जाता हूं. बाकी 900 की बात मैं नहीं सुनने वाला. You know friends, oaks grow strong in contrary winds. और 7 दिन पहले तक हमारी हालत थी खराब. उस हालत को सुधारा कुछ स्टोन्स ने. कैसे? Just as oaks grow strong in contrary winds, stones become diamonds under pressure. So Saddam, तुम्हारे हीरे, तुम खुद एक हीरा हो. तुम्हारे हीरो ने दिखा दिया कि नेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑफ स्टूडेंट्स क्या हो सकता है और कैसे होना चाहिए. my great sense of gratitude and respect to Team ICASA and my hands for them. अब तक ICASA चेयरमैन जरूर सोच रहे होंगे कि ये यार मेरे बोलने के लिए कुछ छोड़ेंगे नहीं, ये बहुत ज्यादा बोल रहे हैं. आई एम सॉरी देवयान, पर मैं उतरने के पहले एक बात जरूर, एक काम जरूर करना चाहूंगा आप लोगों के साथ. May I request this whole hall to join me in saying 3 cheers for Devan. Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! 3 cheers for ICASA. Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! 3 cheers for EIRC. Hip hip! Hip hip! Hip hip! Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, sir, for, I think, enlightening us and encouraging us. Now may I please call upon CA Mayur Agarwal, sir, nominated member and member EIRC, to present. To distribute the certificates for the technical session 1 company law to Ms. Rajini Rai, Mr. Aditya Narayan Gaur, and Mr. Raja Panda. While they take their certificates, may I request the members from the technical session 2, that's GST, Ajay Kumar Pandey, Adhika Paul, and Amya Shrestha to please queue up before the dais. Ajay, Adhika, and Amya. Mr. Raja Panda. Okay. For the next session, that's technical session 2 GST, may I please request CA Vishnu K. Tulsian sir, Treasurer EIRC, to present the certificate of participation to Ajay Kumar Pandey, Adhika Paul, and Amya Shrestha.
For technical session 3, income tax, can I please have Mr. Rohit Jain, Priyanka Taparia, and Anchal Kamlesh Shah? Can I please call CA Deban Patra sir, Chairman ICASA? For technical session 3, income tax, we have Rohit Jain, Priyanka Taparia, Anchal Kamlesh Shah. Okay. Okay. You can keep clapping, you know. Meanwhile, for technical session 4, audit and information technology, can we please have Astha Kapoor, Parmit Roy, Sia Makar, Sahil Sonawat, and Shrishti Roy to queue up before the dais? Can I please call CA Ravi Patwa sir, Chairman EIRC, to hand over the certificates for technical session 4, audit and information technology to Astha Kapoor, Pramit Roy, Sia Makkar, and Shrishti Roy. We have Sahil. He's there. And Sahil Sonawat.
Now is the time for the winners, ladies and gentlemen. For technical session 1 company law, may I please request CM Mayur Agarwal sir, nominated member and member EIRC, to present the winner. Any guesses, ladies and gentlemen? Yes, you guessed it right. It's Aditya Narayan God. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Now may I request CA Vishnu K. Tulsian sir, Treasurer EIRC, to present the winner's certificate on technical session 2 GST 2. Any guess? You guys are just cracking it. It's Are Kapal.
Can I please call upon stage Mr. C.A. Devan Patra sir, Chairman ICASA, to present the best paper presenter for technical session 3, income tax. So what's the guess?
You guys are just truly awesome.
Answer, Kamlesh Shah. May I please call upon stage C.A. Ravi Kumar Patwa sir, Chairman EIRC, to present the best paper award for technical session 4, audit and information technology to. I'll give you one more try. That's right, Pramit Roy. Can I please call upon stage C.A. Devan Patra sir, Chairman ICASA, for his concluding address.
Good evening. Good evening. मेरा एनर्जी खत्म हो गया, आप लोग का भी हो गया क्या? वेरी गुड. कल कोई पूछ रहा था वहां से कि एमबीए करता है, फाइनेंस में सीएफए करता है, तो सर वो तो स्पेशलाइज्ड है, तो फिर चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंसी कोर्स क्यों? वो ऐसा है ना, जो लोग अकाउंट्स भी सीखते हैं, फाइनेंशियल रिपोर्टिंग भी सीखते हैं, फाइनेंस भी सीखते हैं, ऑडिट भी सीखते हैं, कॉर्पोरेट लॉ भी सीखते हैं, डायरेक्ट टैक्स, इनडायरेक्ट टैक्स, इंफॉर्मेशन सिस्टम्स, कंट्रोल्स, सारा चीज सीख रहा है, तो वो तो पूरा बिजनेस को समझता है. He has the whole perspective. उसके बाद वो सीएफए करे, कुछ और करे, कुछ भी करे, उसको जो बिजनेस का समझ होता है ना, वो किसी के पास नहीं होता है. तो बीइंग अ सीए स्टूडेंट, you are actually going through a course जिसमें आपको पूरा पर्सपेक्टिव मिल रहा है. So please give a big round of applause for yourself. ये 2 दिन के सेशंस में बहुत कुछ सीखने मिला मुझे। आपका तो मुझे पता नहीं, मैंने तो बहुत कुछ सीखा। और कल जब मैं सुन रहा था कि वो अलादीन का चिराग, उसके बारे में, तो आई कुड रिलेट दैट विद दिस कॉन्फ्रेंस। Only 5 days back, 184 students were registered for this conference. And ये जो हॉल की कैपेसिटी है ना, नीचे 726 है और ऊपर और 400, 1100 जन रजिस्टर्ड है। तो ये जो 2 दिन पहले भी रात को मुझे, मैं जब सोने गया ना, तो वही मेरे ब्रेन, मैंने कुछ चल रहा था दिमाग में, मेरे को लग रहा था कि वो ऊपर वाला खोलना पड़ेगा, लोग ऊपर भी बैठे हुए हैं, लोग ऊपर भी बैठे हुए हैं। एंड इट एक्चुअली हैपेंड। तो वही है, शायद वही सबकॉन्शियस माइंड का कुछ होगा खेला। इतना तो सीखने मिला कि पॉजिटिव अगर सोचेंगे, पॉजिटिव कुछ हद तक मैं करता हूं, बट आई डू नॉट नो इफ दैट रिलेट्स टू यू इन एनी वे। जब भी मुझे लगता है कि कुछ पाना है, कुछ करना है, आई स्टार्ट कम्युनिकेटिंग। मैं आंख बंद करता हूं और सोचता हूं कि एज इफ मेरे दिमाग से कुछ निकल के तरंग जैसे जाए और पूरे यूनिवर्स में फैल जाए। इस तरीके से सोचता हूं कि ये मैं चाहता हूं, ये पूरा यूनिवर्स में फैल जाए, ये एनर्जी पूरी यूनिवर्स में फैल जाए और यूनिवर्स से मेरे को पॉजिटिव सपोर्ट मिले, वो फीडबैक ऑटोमेटिकली आएगा। तो वही शायद सर बोल रहे होंगे। तो मैंने तो सीखा कि ये पॉजिटिव चीज करना है। ये मैंने सीए फाइनल एग्जाम्स के पहले भी किया था। बंगाल में सीए क्या करेगा? एंटरप्रेन्योर्स तो है ही नहीं, इंडस्ट्री तो है ही नहीं, पर हम सीए पूरा बिजनेस को समझ के एंटरप्रेन्योर्स तो बन सकते हैं ना? यस और नो? हम किसी और पे डिपेंड क्यों करें? हमारा सीख से वो आगे बढ़े, उससे अच्छा है हम ही आगे बढ़े। क्यों? है कि नहीं? बट यहां से चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट बाहर भी जा रहे हैं काम करने, क्योंकि एज वी सेड इंडस्ट्री कम है। बट देयर इज अनदर अपॉर्चुनिटी। उसका भी सेशन आपने किया। आप कलकत्ता में बैठ के पूरा दुनिया का काम कर सकते हो, क्योंकि आज तो सब कुछ आपके लैपटॉप के अंदर है और ये पॉसिबल है। एंड आई कैन टेल यू, सारी दुनिया में इंडस्ट्री है, तो उसके कारण बाहर महंगाई भी ज्यादा है। और हमारे यहां हम बोलते हैं कि महंगाई कम है, लोग भी कम पैसे में मिलते हैं। यहां पे अगर किसी को 35,000 देना है तो बेंगलोर में शायद 70,000 देना है। तो केपीओ के लिए तो ये बेस्ट अपॉर्चुनिटी है ना। आप चार्टर्ड अकाउंटेंट बन के यू कैन मेक कोलकाता द केपीओ कैपिटल ऑफ द वर्ल्ड। यस और नो? पर ये सब अचीव कैसे होगा? फोकस, जो सब सीखे अपने, फोकस, डिसिप्लिन, 100% एफर्ट। पूरी ऊपर हाथ उठाओ। ये और ऊपर उठ सकता है अगर आप खड़ा होते तो, बट बैठे रहो। एंड फाइनली अगेन, बिलीव इन योरसेल्फ। आप कर सकते हो, कुछ भी हो जाए। आप कोई भी नेगेटिव चीज हो तो ये मत सोचो कि हम गिरने लगे, फेल होने लगे। दैट इज ओनली अ मोमेंट। मैं जब क्लास 10 का एग्जाम देने वाला था, उसके पहले दिन पापा आए। पापा बाहर नौकरी करते थे, तो उस दिन आए और देखे मेरा सुना सुना सा मुंह, नेक्स्ट डे एग्जाम है, तो मेरे को बुलाए। बोले क्या हुआ, फेल करोगे क्या? हम बोले नहीं पापा, फेल तो नहीं करेंगे। बोले तो एक चीज याद रखना, क्या हो जाएगा, ज्यादा से ज्यादा 50% मार्क्स आएंगे, 60% आएंगे, टेंशन मत करो। और तुमको लग रहा होगा कि तुम सब भूल रहे हो, रिमेंबर, कुछ भूलते नहीं है। जो पढ़े हो ना वो एग्जाम हॉल में याद आ ही जाएगा। बट अगर तुमको 50% भी मिलता है, याद रखना जिंदगी आगे और 70 साल की है, तो कब क्या बदल जाए कोई नहीं जानता। तो आज क्या हो रहा है उससे ये मत सोचो कि हम फेलियर है। इट विल, लेट्स वेट फॉर दैट मोमेंट विल कम। आज पवन जी भी बोले, शिवानी मैम भी बोले, टर्निंग पॉइंट इन लाइफ कैन कम एट एनी पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम। So be ready and prepared for it. And prepare yourself ताकि जब वो आए, you can grab that opportunity. I must thank you all for joining this conference. In fact, अभी भी लोग ऊपर बैठे हुए हैं. तो I am really feeling very, very happy. But then, जैसे शाहरुख खान का एक डायलॉग था ना, बड़े बड़े शहरों में छोटी छोटी बातें होती रहती है, वैसे ही बड़े बड़े कॉन्फ्रेंसेस में छोटी छोटी गलतियां होती रहती हैं. तो अगर कोई भी गलती हुआ है हमारे ओर से, ऑल्दो आई बिलीव कि 100% देना चाहिए, आई ट्राइड गिविंग 100%, बट अगर कोई भी गलती है, दैट इज माई deficiency. So if there is anything, you can always communicate with me so that we can always improve. But ये जो कॉन्फ्रेंस सक्सेसफुल हुआ ना, ये मेरे टीम के कारण हुआ, तो उनके लिए एक जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. पूरा कंप्लीट EIRC, ICAI और हमारे ICAI के ऑफिशियल, इनके बिना ये प्रोग्राम हो ही नहीं सकता था. In this concluding, और बोलूं क्या? क्योंकि सर आप बोले फोकस, डिसिप्लिन, 100% एफर्ट. सर फोकस तो अभी पार्टिसिपेशन सर्टिफिकेट पे है. रेडी तो है हम पूरा 100% उठ के जाने के लिए, और डिसिप्लिन से बैठे हुए हैं. Believe in yourself, you will get the participation certificate. और ज्यादा इंतजार नहीं करवाऊंगा, प्रोसेस को जल्दी करते हैं. इसलिए ऐसे बोलता हूं कि कल इनॉग्रल एड्रेस में जितनों को वेलकम किया था, उन सबको मैं वापस थैंक यू ज्ञापन करता हूं. If there is any problem, or if like we would be communicating you about the stockage subscription that you can get for free and all other things. If there is any issue, any problem, you can write to ICASA, EICASA chairman at ICAI.in with a CC mark to patrapatra.debayan@gmail.com. And I think most of you have received the communication. I mentioned this only in case some of you are not receiving the mails or communications. So then in that case, you please write to this mail ID and we will respond. So, एक जोरदार तालियां हो जाए आप सबके लिए, और हमारे आईकासा टीम के लिए. तो एक एक करके अपने आईकासा टीम मेंबर्स से मिल लेते हैं.
So from the past 2 days, you've been seeing our faces, but now it's time we introduce you to the team of most hardworking, determined people that have made SNC work. Please give a round of applause as I hand over the mic to Saptarshi De.
May I please call upon stage Kaushal Banwal, MCM ICASA, to present a token, a certificate of excellence to the former Vice Chairperson 2019-20, Ms. Preeti Kumari. Guys, तालियां बजते रहना चाहिए. Now may I please call upon stage Jeet Seth, MCM ICASA, to present the same certificate to the Vice Chairperson 2020-2021, Ms. Srishti Kankaria. Now, to call upon rest of the names, may I please invite on stage Mr. Kaushal Banwal, MCM ICASA. Kaushal. So can I request every team member and managing committee member to please be on stage one by one to collect the reward for their hard work. Mr. Ashir Samsi. Mr. Vivek Sharma. Mr. Harsh Raj. Ms. Simran Thakur. Mr. Aditya Narayan Gaur. Mr. Abhijit Seth. Mr. Ishab Kumar. Ms. Anukriti Kumari. Ms. Jyoti Chajjar. Mr. Rahul Raj. Mr. Jeevan Kumar. Mr. Rishabh Kumar. Mr. Sahil Shah. Mr. Aditya Yadav. Mr. Indrajit Samanta. Mr. Pratim Baheti. Miss Sonia Agarwal. Miss Rasmi Kothari. Mr. Hriday Shah. Miss Srishti Kankadia. Miss Unnati Kotecha. Mr. Nikunj Bagedia. And our hero to the conference, Mr. Saptarshi De. Nikunj. Saptarshi, can you please take on from here? Saptarshi. So continuing on, Mr. Shivam Kumar. Okay. Mr. Shreyansh Agrawal, MCA Mikasa. Miss Pragya Paramaita Ponda, MCA Mikasa. Mr. Ankit Das, MCA Mikasa. Sheikh Saddam Hussain, MCA Mikasa. And last but not the least, the person who made it all, Mr. Kaushal Barnwal, MCA Mikasa. Woo!
For the very last. Hello. So. So for the very last time, can we please have a big round of applause? We're calling. Call the ICAI members.
Can I please call all the ICASA team members to the stage for a group photograph and the volunteers.
And with this is me, Shrishti Kankaryal.
And this is me, Saptarshi Dey, signing off for the day and for this Student National Conference 2022, organized by the Student Skills Enrichment Board, Board of Studies, ICAI, hosted by the EIRC of ICAI and the ICASA of EIRC of ICAI here in Kalamandir, Kolkata. Adios, goodbye, see you all.
So we will have a group photograph after this with all of you. So those who want to be part of that, kindly stay back for next 2 minutes. Team ICASA in the front and paper presenters at the back.
नेक्स्ट यही लोग हैं, ये लोग आगे आके
One must choose a senior post always. Senior post choose करे. So एक ही है. All paper presenters.
क्या हुआ नहीं है? हाँ आ रहा है. मैं तो सोच रहा था कैंसिल ही कर दूं, कोई पेपर प्रेजेंटर है ही नहीं लगता है. এইটা শেষ হোক আগে।
Everyone else, everyone kindly join. All the members we have few members, chartered accountants, they also join.
Whosoever is interested.
And all the students kindly join. Everyone kindly join for a group photograph.
Please, members, Sumanda, Sumit ji, Naveen bhaiya.
जितेंद्र पोल्टू একটু চেয়ার দাও সুমিত জিতেন্দ্র সুমন
Co-founder को आने दो।
Thank you everyone. 3 cheers for Devanda. Hip hip, hip hip, hip hip.